Listen, I know where my bread is buttered. Don't be. Who ever made any money being positive about things?
Tony Robbins.
Okay.
So I got one for you.
But even then, like, he'll get on somebody who's not doing something the right way. Trust me. Tony Robbins has got a mean coaching streak in him. Don't worry.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius or two half geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy, unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card, good for use at Provenza Restaurant and Event Center on Wellington Avenue in Ventnor for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
Seizethedeal.com.
Tune in to the Bet365 Play of the Day during the Sports Bash with me, Mike Gill, every weekday afternoon at 5:45 on 97.3 ESPN. Made possible by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Wrap up your workday with the all-new Chickies and Pete's Happy Hour with unbeatable specials weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. Enjoy half-price orders of Chickies medium tender wings, one of our tasty and delicious pizzas, or an order of mouth-watering hot, cold, or fried shrimp. Plus $3 domestic bottled beers, $5 Tito's, and $6 seltzers. It's the all-new Happy Hour weekdays 4 to 6 p.m. only at Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Now, for a limited time, it's buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday. Buy one, get one free, and enjoy the sweet, delicate flavor of snowy white crab meat. Pair it with one of our handcrafted cocktails like the Stoli Vanilla Creamsicle or the Bourbon Peach Sweet Tea. Top it off with Chicky and Pete's world famous crab fries. Buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday for a limited time. Restrictions apply only at Chickies and Pete's.
With fall savings at the Home Depot, get up to $1,600 off select appliances from top brands like GE Profile. How doers get more done. Valid September 26th to October 16th.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They've got him, it's a sack!
Sixers.
Oh, baby!
And Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Isn't it about time for somebody's favorite radio program? Yeah.
97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
Now, live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
1st and 10 at the 19. Barkley back in. Double tight end. Dotson in motion. Hurts back. He is being rushed. He steps up. He's hit. The football comes loose, and the Bucs have it.
I didn't play good enough. That's what it comes down to. We had opportunities. It's put a lot of time in this week to take advantage of this game and what we had and the guys that, we had a lot of trust in, and took advantage of some and some we didn't. But ultimately, it starts with me.
And welcome aboard a Monday edition of the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Merrill Reese, Mike Quick, you heard the game right here on 97.3. That was maybe the key moment in the game. That third down play on the 19-yard line, Jalen Hurts fumbles the ball. Right when it felt like maybe there was a little momentum change. And then the turnover, again, another turnover for Jalen Hurts. The Eagles lose, but it's a top-to-bottom loss here, man. This one, you can pick and poke from all the different angles, and we will, and we want to hear from you. 609-403-0973 on the text board, 609-403-0973. I'm Mike Gill. Josh Henning back in the Ocean Casino Resort Studios. PG is here at the Fanatics Sportsbook Gallery Bar booking games on a Monday where the Eagles really just got dominated. I mean, that game was really never close. That third down play with the fumble was about as close as they got. You had the blocked extra point that resulted in 2 points that really made that game interesting. It was a 3-point swing, which made that game a 2-possession game. Well, in the 2 possessions, the Eagles end up getting the ball back and maybe had their best drive of the day. They get down to the Tampa Bay 19-yard line, and then they fumble. And at that moment, the game was pretty much over, but that was the one shot they had to get in. But it was a game that they just never felt like they were in the game at all. And unfortunately, we have so much to dive into on a day where, listen, this team has really struggled against that Tampa Bay team. Now, listen, I will say this. I do want to stress my expectations of the offense without Lane Johnson, A.J. Brown, and Devontae Smith. I'm not going to overreact about the offense because, quite frankly, big picture, if your offense is what you had personnel-wise yesterday, of course this team isn't doing anything. If you told me at the beginning of the season that's my offensive game personnel, then my expectations are very low. But defensively, what the hell is my defense right now? 16 missed tackles in the game yesterday. 16. The game plan was pretty evident from Tampa Bay. 1, 2, 3, get the ball out. The ball got out in an average of 1.5 seconds. There was no pass rush, but they were letting Tampa Bay catch the ball and make plays after the catch. So, quite frankly, the game plan defensively yesterday can certainly be questioned. Let's get into it. There were so many things. Offense, inept. Defense, completely inept. And then the special teams problems that you had yesterday, a whole nother element of it that the special teams problems had to play a factor in the game. You had a player after the game, Isaiah Rodgers, say that he purposely pushed the player into the punt returner so that he could try to get a running into the kicker, a fair catch interference call. I mean, the lack of awareness is just off the charts in a play like that. And I know we're going to point the finger and say they were not prepared. Nick Sirianni, after the game, point the finger at me. It all starts with me. It's always me. Is he right? Do you look at Nick Sirianni and say that team was not prepared to play yesterday? The game plan on defense. Listen, I don't know how much game plan on defense Nick Sirianni has to, I don't know how much of a factor he is in the game planning on the defense, quite frankly. I think Vic Fangio runs that defense, and I don't think Nick Sirianni has a lot of say on the defensive game plan. I really don't. So I got to look at Vic Fangio and say, they brought Vic Fangio in here, and people were excited about getting a guy in here who was a veteran defensive coordinator, has had some success. And I got to ask the question, after a game in a week where they looked pretty good defensively, the fall-off was unbelievable yesterday. That defense yesterday was terrible, and there's a lot of reasons why. Now, listen, you have 16 missed tackles in the game. 16! I go back to that number. I can't even believe I read that ESPN Next Gen Stats. 16 missed tackles in the game, which resulted in over 100 yards of total offense for Tampa Bay in the 16 missed tackles. But do I take that game yesterday and say, defensively, that the team is simply not good enough defensively, or do I go back to the week before against New Orleans and say, hey, listen, that team can be a better defense? I don't know what to think of what I saw yesterday. Look, they kept flashing it up on the screen. It felt like it was 106 degrees on the field yesterday. And I thought Tom Brady brought up an interesting point, saying, hey, playing in the Northeast and then going down there, you actually have a better advantage early in the season at home for a team like Tampa than you do later in the year, where it's vice versa for the Northeast teams. In the Northeast, you have a more of an advantage later in the year because it's colder. But I think this is a team yesterday that was gassed. The defense yesterday, missed tackles, all of the things that were happening on defense. The time of possession in that game, at one point, it was doubled. The Eagles were on the field defensively for over 30 minutes in that game. They were double the Buccaneers. So there is a part of you that says, of course, the defense was gassed. They were just on the field. But at the same time, they were on the field because they couldn't get a stop. They couldn't do anything. It felt like any time that Baker Mayfield dropped back to pass, there was somebody just running lanes wide open. And that was very reminiscent of what we saw the last 7 games of last year. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. That's the text board. I certainly am interested to see who you guys today are looking at. Are you looking at, and I haven't even gotten to the guy at the top of my list. Who's at the top of your list today? Who's at the top of your list today?
There's a lot of guys to have that at the top of the list.
A lot of options.
I'm going to put it squarely on Nick Sirianni.
You go Sirianni.
I go Sirianni.
He's your number one.
Yes. I don't care about the injuries. We get it. But if you look around the league, there's injuries all over the place. And these coaches coach their guys up. Coaching matters in the NFL. And if you look at Green Bay, I know they lost yesterday, but they didn't have Jordan Love. They stayed afloat. Now the Eagles are 2-2. I get that. But San Francisco, no C-Mac, no Debo the past couple games. To me, coaching, they lost yesterday to Minnesota.
No, San Francisco, the 2 games that Debo didn't play, they lost.
Right, to Minnesota was one of them. Right. I know that. And again,
they won yesterday.
But coaching matters.
I agree. Listen, I'm not taking the coaches not absolved.
For Sirianni to not have those guys prepared yesterday.
The coaching is not absolved of this. But what I want to ask people is, I know our knee-jerk reaction is to blame the coach. Always. It's always the first thing that Philadelphia fans go for.
Or the quarterback.
But I would say to you guys out there, and Sirianni's on my list, I would say he has to be on the list. He has to be on the list. The team just did not respond. They did not look prepared. But I will ask this question because I think these questions have to be asked when you're trying to find out what's wrong with this team. Look, if I told you they were going to play a game without A.J. Brown, Lane Johnson, and Devontae Smith, do you feel good about that?
No.
Okay.
But you got to find way. You can't get blasted 33-16.
I would say
you can't go 3 and out the first 2 drives of the game and not have Barkley involved at all.
You said you can't get blasted 33-16. So they put 16 points up. Okay, and then Hurts, the turnover on Jalen Hurts, I thought was a huge moment in that game.
They were probably going to score on that drive
because they could have get some points on that drive. Changes the dynamic of that game. The thing that I'm more disappointed in, so yes, Sirianni is on the list. Hurts is high on that list. He's probably number 2 on my list. But my number 1 has got to be Vic Fangio and the defense yesterday. For last week, we gave the defense a game ball for them basically winning the game for you on the road to take that Saints team and shut them down. I thought the defense got the game ball last week. Who's on my list? Number one at the top, it's got to be Fangio for two reasons. One, Sirianni has nothing to do with the defensive game plan. Let's be honest. He's an offensive coach, just like Doug Peterson didn't have anything to do when he was here. He didn't walk into the defensive coordinator's office and say, here's the game plan this week. No, Jim Schwartz ran the Eagles' defense. Jim Johnson ran the Eagles' defense. Andy Reid didn't go in there. Andy Reid doesn't go into
Steve
Spagnuolo and tell him what he wants defensively.
Those two guys are still coaching together, by the way.
But my point is, when you have an offensive-minded head coach and you have a defensive coordinator that is a veteran guy like that, the offensive-minded head coach doesn't walk into Vic Fangio and tell him how it's done. Fangio tells him, I got the defense, you stick to the offense, and this is how this is going to work. So to me, Fangio is number one on my list because that defense was not prepared
and
for
Mike,
that game yesterday. They were not prepared for that
there,
game.
Is the talent there?
They were there the week before.
They were there
They
last
weren't
week.
there against Green Bay or Atlanta.
Well, that's not true because in Atlanta they were good until the 2 minutes left in the game.
Yeah, in the Atlanta game.
I don't buy that.
In the
I'm giving
Atlanta
them
game-
one game ball out of 4.
The Atlanta game, they had given up 15 points into the last 50 seconds of that game. They played a pretty good game. No, talent is the talent there. They're not a top 5 defense in this league. But what they were yesterday was a bottom 5 defense. And that is not what you signed Vic Fangio up for.
And Mike,
So to me, Fangio, sadly, because I didn't think this was going to be a conversation at all this year. I figured Fangio comes in and then he helps this defense go from a complete negative last year to a unit that will help them win some games. Yesterday, when you are down A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Lane Johnson, and your offense is struggling, they gave your offense no chance to compete in that game by being down 21. It should have been 28-0.
The guy dropped a touchdown.
The guy dropped a touchdown.
Yep.
That defense gave a short-handed offense no chance to compete yesterday. Now, you could talk about misplays, fumbles,
missed tackles. What is that the source of? Talent, coaching,
discipline,
want to? Pride?
That's a great question. What do we surmise is the result of a missed tackle is from what?
Technique?
They don't tackle that much in training camp. They don't tackle that much in practice. They don't tackle that much, period. It's a want to, it's a will to, it's a technique. But we were not questioning Vic Fangio as a coordinator. This is a high-level coordinator that you thought that a lot of these technical things, they were going to be cleaned up. I don't know that Nick Sirianni is the guy who we should be pointing the finger out for the defensive liabilities on this team. Because to me, Fangio is the voice and the face of that defense. This is his unit. Now, you might say, well, still the head coach, fine. If you want to go above him and say it's the head coach, he's the guy who looks at everything, that's where I include Sirianni in some of the blame here. But do you not?
This sounds like last year all over again, by the way, with Sean Desai, Matt Patricia.
Right, but we felt that Sean Desai and Matt Patricia were weak spots. No one said, man, they went out and got a really, really smart, good defensive coordinator. You had a guy who had really little experience in that role in Sean Desai. They went out and replaced him with a guy that many people thought they should have hired last year and were disappointed you didn't hire last year because of the whole Gannon situation.
Then you would think it is the talent. If Vic Fangio can't get these guys to play well week in and week out, then it could be the talent.
But guys, it doesn't help when you have the TV on, you're watching the broadcast, and they flip over to Fangio at one point after like 3 missed tackles, and you see his mouth saying, what is going on bleeping down there? You know, it's like, okay, great. The defensive coordinator is supposed to have confidence in. He's even confused what's going on in the field. So at what point do we have to look to Fangio and be like, dude, you put them on the field?
I think there's a combination of things. One, they got down, and then they're behind, and then they go 3 and out. Now, that first drive of the game, I think by now everybody has seen the play in which Saquon Barkley's wide open.
1st and 10.
And the first play of the game, Saquon Barkley's wide open on a little wheel route out of the backfield. And Hurts, yes, he's rolling to his right. It's not an easy throw.
but the throw was like he was playing wiffle ball in my backyard. It wasn't close. And if he just makes a throw, that game is 7-7. And that's a throw that every quarterback in this league has to make. So you're down 3-0. Well, then your defense, you go 3 and out, and then you get the punt. Now you go down 14-0. And then you go 3 and out again. Well, now you're down 21-0. So now your offense, it's already short of A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and your best protector. By the way, Fred Johnson gave up 13 hurries yesterday.
He played 100% of the snaps, too.
Well, 13 hurries. So 100% of the snaps, it felt like half of them he gave up a hurry. So he was dreadful yesterday.
They attacked him. They obviously zeroed in on him because if you look at some of those formations, they would sometimes overload that side of the line.
Yeah, well, Fred Johnson had a rough day at the office, and then you have nobody to throw the ball to. It was obvious early in that game that Jalen Hurts had no confidence in Paris Campbell, Jahan Dotson, or any other receiver. He did not want to let the ball go, and that's a part of him holding the ball too long because he had no confidence in who was out there. So listen, this is like a Sixer game when you lose and you don't have Joel Embiid, and I'm like, listen, it's frustrating to lose that game, but I can't judge. Like, of course, if I don't have A.J. Brown and Smith, what am I? I'm not a very good football team. But you put those two guys out there yesterday, does that change the dynamics of at least the offense? I like to hope so. But to me, what I'm most disappointed in, and it's not close, who am I pointing the finger at today? Vic Fangio's game plan yesterday, I thought was horrendous. And it's like they let him go right down the field and score, and then we keep saying, well, you're back on the field, you're back on the field, you're back on the field because your offense can't do it. I knew going into the game that my offense was going to be challenged to move the ball. So my defense is on the field so much, but they can't get off the field because the game plan was so bad. And then the missed tackles. So Fangio and that defense, they got a game ball. For me, I said the game ball goes to the entire defense. They were awful yesterday. They were so disappointingly bad. That defense. Josh, what's the text board reading?
Oh, there's tons of texts coming in. I want to get them in order here. Big Al from Violin says, the fumbled punt return changed the entire momentum of the game, and I don't think the defense has a lot of talent. It's from Big Al and Violin.
The fumbled punt return's a big time in the game because it's 14-0, and then they get the ball back, and they're right back in the red zone again. So they didn't have to go very far to score a third time in that game.
I don't know what would go through Isaiah Rodgers' mind thinking that if he pushes a guy into his fair catch return man, that he would not get penalized for that. I don't know what would go through his mind.
It's that one to me. I've never heard of such a thing. I've never heard it. He actually gave that explanation. It was appalling to hear that. Now, this guy didn't play football at all last year. He was suspended for gambling.
Well, you'd think he would study up on the rules a little bit with 17 weeks.
What else? You talk about the talent on the defense. I think the Bryce Huff thing is obvious. He can't play. Not in this defense. Baldinger, I was watching some Baldinger stuff today, and he said, watch him play last year with the Jets. The Jets used him with his hand in the ground as an edge rusher, as a defensive end. The Eagles are standing him up, and he is just too high leverage, and he's getting pushed around because he's not a strong guy. He's best with his hand on the ground and exploding out of the 3-point stance, and they're not using him in that way. So this has been a total mess from
the get-go.
A philosophical standpoint from the get-go is you got a guy that you're playing at outside linebacker. The Jets use him as a defensive end. So the disconnect there between Fangio and the signing, that's one. Two, Josh Sweat got a sack yesterday. I think it's the first time really he made a play. Brandon Graham had a sack yesterday. But other than that, those two guys just nowhere near the quarterback all day.
Jalen Carter, he was Warren Sapp last week.
Well, and if you watch what the Buccaneers did yesterday, they essentially said, look, your edge rushers don't scare us at all.
Right.
So we're just going to triple team this guy in the middle of the line because the one-on-ones on the outside, they were winning every time, the tackles. They didn't need any help, their tackles.
Yep.
And then you had missed tackles. Nakobe Dean, I think they said he had 7 missed tackles yesterday. He was awful yesterday, Nakobe Dean. And Zach Bond was nowhere really to be found. Then your safeties. I mean, how many missed tackles for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson? Yes, I think they said he had 4 missed tackles.
Mike Evans beat him on that touchdown.
So you're not getting the ROI that you thought you were going to get from Chauncey Gardner-Johnson as a playmaker in that secondary, right? And
Right.
I think the defense save for really the Saints game, they played a full game. The Falcons game, I thought they played well for about most of the game, and then that final drive they get beat and you end up losing that game. But yesterday, that defense wasn't good at all. Period. What else we got?
Tim from Summers Point says, Mike, not firing Sirianni go down is one of the biggest blunders in recent memory. This is clearly a systemic issue, starts with the head coach, and it bleeds down through all the coaches, top to bottom, onto the field, through Hurts. Also, the turning point was, to me, not the fumble, as Isaiah Rodgers knowingly pushing a defender. That came after a huge stop. That's part of the systemic problem. That's from Tim in Summers Point.
If you were just sitting here and you watched the game and you had your own thoughts, you would think that that's a problem. Again, I don't want to just vomit out of the mouth. I'd like to try to get some nuanced takes in terms of doing some research. If you were to tell me, is Tim right? If I watched that game yesterday, and that's the only game I ever watched the Philadelphia Eagles, I would say, you know what? Tim's right. This team has problems from top to bottom with communication and accountability. But then I go back to what Jason Kelce said on the New Heights podcast, which I think we have that audio. And that makes you say, well, wait a second. Are we right about what we're seeing and what we're saying about the coach? Right? Do we have that audio? Kelce on the New Heights podcast, when he was asked about all the fourth downs and all that stuff, and he said, he holds people more accountable than any coach I've ever played for. That's Jason Kelce. Here's what he said.
Nick, and I really mean this, is one of the best coaches I've been around, and talking about coaching situational ball, really understanding what to do in the right moment, motivating guys. We coach things up in team meetings and hold people accountable better than pretty much any other coach I've been around.
Situational ball, motivating, and holding people accountable. That's Jason Kelce. So do we think Jason Kelce's a bag of hot air?
Well, he is the ambassador, de facto ambassador and cheerleader for the Birds. I will say that.
So are we saying that we are not taking what Jason Kelce says seriously?
No, I think you have to give it some merit, of course.
Okay, so
But
I'm
with
asking
that said,
Tim in Summers Point then. Tim is saying it's a systemic problem. Does Jason Kelce sound like he thinks it's a systemic problem? He says
with every loss, Sirianni is running out of time.
I definitely agree with that.
And
That's
breathing
not,
room.
But that's different from what Tim's saying. He's saying it's a systemic problem, which starts from, Sirianni, or is he going above that? Lurie down.
Well, then that brings up a whole Pandora's box of Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman and that whole thing.
What else we got?
Chris from Rio Grande says, I blame this loss on the defense yesterday. We came into the season thinking our secondary was top-notch and fixed. Doesn't seem that way when Baker Mayfield lights you up for 400 yards. That's from Chris in Rio Grande.
I will say this. I thought the Tampa game plan was excellent. And I thought their play design was creative. And I thought that they had a great game plan of get the ball out quick. Now, you would say, why do you need a quick get the ball out against this pass rush, which is non-existent? They have no pass rush. But yet they said, look, what the Eagles do defensively, they're going to play their corners way off the ball. Too much cushion, and we're just going to get it quick to our guys underneath because we think we can make them miss. It was the well. So we'll throw quick underneath and make you miss us in tackles. And how many times Godwin catches the ball and then miss tackle, gets up the field? It was perpetual.
Sterling Shepard making plays yesterday.
Sterling Shepard. And by the way, where'd they find him? On the practice squad. Sports Badge Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'll tell you what, though. Throwing to Evans and Godwin feels like you missing Brown and Smith. You take Evans and Godwin off that team, is it a different story? I don't know. All right. Keep the text messages coming. 609-403-0973. I'm going Fangio. Fangio's at the top of my list today. I thought their game plan defensively was horrible. Sirianni's on the list, as the coach always should be. but I don't know how much influence or impact Sirianni has on the defensive game plan. Now, the offensive game plan, if you want to tell me the offense was inept, they were terrible, I would say, what did you expect? You don't have A.J. Brown, Lane Johnson, and Smith. Did you have high expectations? I don't know about that. When we come back, the Braves are up 2-0 on the Mets. If the Braves sweep, the Mets are out. If the Braves and Mets split, they're both going to the playoffs. The doubleheader today. Phillies don't know who they're going to play. We get into that and the Eagles and the NFC East and more. Mike McGarrett from the Press of Atlantic City and PressOfAC.com joins me next, live from the Fanatic Sportsbook Gallery Bar Booking Game at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
I'm Mike Mackler. At Goldenberg Mackler, we represent you, not the insurance companies. When seriously injured in any type of accident, call us. We'll speak with you for free and fight to get you the money you deserve. When injured, make the right call to Goldenberg Mackler.
For the best lawyer, call Goldenberg Mackler. With 4 convenient locations to better serve you: Atlantic City, Northfield, Rio Grande, and Vineland. Call us at 609-344-7131.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code SUPPORT or text SUPPORT to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code SUPPORT.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text SUPPORT to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Tax fees may apply.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Well, I do now.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code YEAR to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Got a leaky pipe? At Ace Hardware Home Services, they're around the block with everything you need to fix it, including the person to do the fixing. Got an air conditioning issue? They've got a person for that. Because now they're not just the helpful hardware folks, they're also the helpful home services and repair folks. From plumbing to heating and cooling, they've got the trusted pros to keep your home humming all year long. Ace Hardware Home Services, now in South Jersey. They're bringing helpful home. The helpful you love from the store now to your front door. Visit acehardwarehomeservices.com to book your next appointment today.
Hey, if you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflesh.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe and then it spread. and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflush.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflush.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free, so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflush.com.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Wrap up your workday with the all-new Chickies and Pete's Happy Hour with unbeatable specials weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. Enjoy half-price orders of Chickies medium tender wings, one of our tasty and delicious pizzas, or an order of mouth-watering hot, cold, or fried shrimp. Plus $3 domestic bottled beers, $5 Tito's, and $6 seltzers. It's the all-new Happy Hour, weekdays, 4 to 6 p.m., only at Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Now, for a limited time, it's buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday. Buy one, get one free, and enjoy the sweet, delicate flavor of snowy white crab meat. Pair it with one of our handcrafted cocktails like the Stoli Vanilla Creamsicle or the Bourbon Peach Sweet Tea. Top it off with Chicky and Pete's world famous crab fries. Buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday for a limited time. Restrictions apply only at Chickies and Pete's.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
All right, 2:31 Sports Bash live at the Fanatic Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar Booking Games. Atlanta 2, Mets nothing. The winner in the playoffs. The loser would have to win Game 2 today. Otherwise, the Diamondbacks are in. The Diamondbacks are just kind of sitting in Arizona. They're watching both these games. They don't know where they're going. They're either going to Milwaukee, San Diego, or home. They might not make it all together. What an agony day if you're an Arizona Diamondback fan. If you're a Met fan, if you're a Braves fan, it's a great day for baseball, although this should have been avoided, having a doubleheader on a Monday and then the two teams having to play tomorrow in cities they don't even know where yet. Although baseball, give them this credit, they did do something right today. Next year for the All-Star game, they're going back to wearing their team uniforms, not the nonsense All-Star uniforms that they make every year. So, bring Mike Begarian from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. I know you're probably watching this game very anxious right now. Do the Braves and Mets have some sort of agreement? Are they going to, split this thing? Right. Well, in that situation, too, would that suggest that the team that has to pitch their ace in Game 2, that guy would not be available to pitch in the playoffs in the wild card round? Hmm. Jeez. Right. By the way, the Phillies will play Saturday and in Sunday. They do not know who they will play yet. It will be either the Brewers, the Mets, or the Diamondbacks. I do not think they can play the Braves. I think the Braves can only be the 5 seed. All right. So Brewers, yeah, if they make it. So they're either 5 or out. Right. Yeah, exactly. All right, Mike. Obviously, a lot of Eagle fans looking at that debacle yesterday. Sirianni, Hurts. I'm pointing the finger mostly at Fangio and that defense today. When you watch that team yesterday, what is your big takeaway? Yeah, you look at, it's really hard to sit and watch the offense without A.J. Brown, Smith, and Lane Johnson and have a lot of expectations there. But, man, the way the defense, you just talked about it, they could not get a stop. And then the next thing you know, that offense, which is shorthanded, is down 21-0 before they really had a chance to kind of figure out what they wanted to be offensively yesterday. Yeah, I mean, when you're down 21-0, it's hard to get the game, the ball going, the run game going. But they came out of the locker room. He had like a 50-plus yard run there. He only had one carry the rest of the way after that. I don't know that we know this at all, but how much influence, everybody, Sirianni's at the top of a lot of people's list. And by the way, he deserves to get called out and be mentioned here. As you mentioned, they are 3-8. This does not look like a team that has Super Bowl possibilities with the way we've seen them, sloppiness, the special team stuff. But I would go back to, I point the finger a lot at Fangio for yesterday because, quite frankly, I don't know how much Sirianni's input is on the defensive side of the ball. They got a veteran coordinator with a strong voice for him to kind of be the leader of that unit. Yeah. Wow. Well, Mike, all offseason, I kept saying, I might have said it to you, I said, if this Daniels kid is the equivalent of what Stroud was for Houston, that Washington team could be the one that, every year someone goes from worst to first, and you just couldn't find an obvious pick this year. It was like, I can't picture, but I kept kind of feeling, I said, man, if that kid is a difference maker for Washington, he could be the guy that makes Washington go from the worst to the first. And so far, it looks like that might be the case. That kid there yesterday and the game before, they look like a completely different team all of a sudden. I don't know, but what I do know is the Braves just took a 3-0 lead now and a home run, so they are one step closer to potentially making the playoffs, which leads me kind of to my next question, that Mike, before we get out of here. The Braves take a 3-0 lead. They can only be the 5. So Philly can play the Brewers, the Mets, or Arizona. Is that the path? Is that the better path for Philadelphia? A lot of people, lackluster weekend. Trey Turner's comments made it sound like they were pretty content on being the 2 seed. All right, Mike, I'll leave you with this. Sixers Media Day today. I think the biggest news of it all, Joel Embiid says he's lost 25 to 30 pounds and he's going to lose more. Is that a story? All right, that's the media day today. We'll have more coverage of that later on this week. The Phillies, they're off till Saturday, and, of course, the Eagles have a bye this week. So you have a whole week to let it kind of stew in from this loss. 2-2. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Right here on the Sports Bash. Wednesday, we'll know who the Phillies will potentially play. We'll have at least the wild card matchups, and we'll see if Mike's Mets are involved. By the way, Karl Anthony Towns, you like while you were sleeping maybe Friday night. All right, Mike McGarry's back Wednesday right here on the Sports Bash. Thank you, Mike. All right, Mike's Mets are down 3-0. The Braves with a home run in the 6th. They lead it. If they win, the Braves, they're in at the 5. They would have to win Game 2 of today's doubleheader to get in as the 6th seed. If they lose Game 2, it'll be the Diamondbacks going to Milwaukee, and the Brewers and the Diamondbacks would play with the winner coming to Philadelphia on Saturday.
We got to get Rangers Suarez right. That's my big question mark right now. What happened to the NLCS Rangers?
Did you see this weird stat about Ranger? In his last start, the last 2 years, he gave up 6 runs in his last start. This year, last year, and the year before.
I guess that's why Rob Thompson's not too worried about it.
Sports Bash live at the Fanatic Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar Book and Games here at Ocean Casino Resort. Doubleheader Monday Night Football, doubleheader baseball. Stop out tonight and watch the games here at the Fanatic Sportsbook. Coming up, Nick Sirianni's presser will have it for you at 3 o'clock, followed by reaction from John McMullen at 3:30. Football at 4 with Jeff Mosher. Sal Palantonio tonight at 5 o'clock. He was in Tampa yesterday.
There's another
and
hit.
you'll get his reaction from Tampa at 5 o'clock with Sal Pal here on the Sports Bash.
When you need the best Phillies coverage, there's only one place to get it.
First one, Bohm. Swing and line drive. Base hit out of the left center field. In to score Trey Turner. Alec Bohm, a first pitch RBI single.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screens. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print everything for my business. Sure can. And the quality is guaranteed? Absolutely. Plus, you'll beat any price quote. Is that right? For sure. How about this one? We'll beat it. Can you print menus, signs, and flyers? Sure can. How about blueprints? No problem. What about red prints? Not a real thing. What if they were? We'd print them. And they'd look amazing.
Now at Staples, print more, save more. Up to $150 off your print purchase. Ends 11/2. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details and staples.com/price match for in-store price match guarantee.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Got a leaky pipe? At Ace Hardware Home Services, they're around the block with everything you need to fix it, including the person to do the fixing. Got an air conditioning issue? They've got a person for that. Because now they're not just the helpful hardware folks, they're also the helpful home services and repair folks. From plumbing to heating and cooling, they've got the trusted pros to keep your home humming all year long. Ace Hardware Home Services, now in South Jersey. They're bringing helpful home. The helpful you love from the store now to your front door. Visit acehardwarehomeservices.com to book your next appointment today.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-457-6060. That's 1-800-457-6060. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-457-6060. That's 1-800-457-6060.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $200 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bet. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. Terms and conditions apply.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle. Unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Something good to know from First Bank of Sea Isle City. We have all of today's innovative banking products just like the big banks, but we offer something they can't. A personal community focus. Let's get you started with Bill Pay. You save time when you pay your bills online. It's fast, easy, and convenient. First Bank of Sea Isle City, a community bank that delivers more for you every day. Personal service, today's technology, from the people who truly care. Learn more at firstbankseaisle.com.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, 2:51 live at the Fanatic Sportsbook Gallery Bar booking games at Ocean Casino Resort. 609-403-0973. Text in your thoughts on the Eagles' loss. You know, I know everybody can blame people, and it's fair to. They deserve a lot of blame. But who gets the top blame? My guy is probably Vic Fangio and that defense. I thought the defense really let them down yesterday, and really a short-handed offense was never really given a chance to compete in that game. Let's get to some more text messages. What do we got?
All right, so Jeff from Ocean City chimes in. It says, horrible game all around, numerous penalties, stupid special teams blocking the back. Hurts missed wide open Barkley on the play. This game could have been 7-7 early on. I feel the Birds were never playing well in 100-plus weather.
Yeah, that play early in the game. I think Hurts is definitely somebody we need to take a closer look at. Quite frankly, the turnovers in key spots in multiple games now, and there are plays to be made that are not getting made. And I've said this all along. Like, I think Jalen Hurts, give him credit. He elevated his play to get to a point. But if you remember when he signed that contract, I said the Eagles were in a terrible situation because, quite frankly, you should not get paid based on 1 year of production.
You called it a no-win situation.
No-win situation. The year before, if that was the year that he had to get judged on, he's not getting that contract. But the year after, he takes him to the Super Bowl. So his agent and him are basically saying, we want to be paid on that year. And if I'm the Eagles, I say, well, what about the year before? I got to factor that in too. And that was not factored in. And quite frankly, I said this the other day. With Brown and Smith, yeah, he's a good quarterback. But you take those two guys away, what is he? He's a bottom-of-the-road quarterback without any – everybody needs talent. So I'm not knocking him for that. But he's not the kind of guy that can get by with what he had yesterday.
He's not Patrick Mahomes.
No, well
no,
go look at Patrick Mahomes' numbers and his numbers. I'd like you to bring those up. Somebody put this out there, the side-by-side of Mahomes' numbers this year and Hurts' numbers right now. All right, what else we got on the text board?
Terry from Galloway said, I think you owe all of us an apology. You talked up Vic Fangio as if he had a single clue. The defense is an embarrassment. No effort, no heart, no soul. They don't care. That's all on the coach. What a disgrace on Fangio, Terry and Galloway.
What was the beginning of that?
He says, I think you guys owe us an apology.
For what? I mean, what was the apology for?
He says you talked up Fangio.
Well, I certainly think Fangio was better than what you had last year. Sorry. So then I owe you that apology. I think Fangio is better than Desai, Terry. Get back to me in a couple weeks, knucklehead.
I told you, Cleveland, that's my test.
Yeah, he said if they lose to Cleveland, he's bailing.
I'm bailing.
On the whole season.
To Deshaun Watson, yes.
Things have gotten crazy. Hey, when we come back, Nick Sirianni's press conference from today, the day after presser. What did he have to say today? You'll hear that next. Then John McMullen.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card, good for use at Provenza Restaurant and Event Center on Wellington Avenue in Ventnor for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
SeizeTheDeal.com. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So you've got an oil change coming up. You can go farther and save on full synthetic with our oil change special. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Valvoline Advanced Full Synthetic with an STP Extended Life oil filter for just $35.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you or someone you know needs help getting through a difficult time, start with NJ211. When you reach out to 211, we can connect you to help with housing, utilities, food, childcare, senior services, income support, healthcare, legal issues, and more. Help is available in over 150 languages, and the service is free, confidential, and available 24/7. Need help? Dial 211, text 898-211, or search nj211.org.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-457-6060. That's 1-800-457-6060. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-457-6060. That's 1-800-457-6060.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, if you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflesh.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflesh.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflesh.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflesh.com.
Take 10 grand off MSRP. 0% for 72 months. 0 payments for 90 days. Or 2 new Matt Blatt Kias for $222. You don't need a sports betting app. Get to Matt Blatt Kia and be a winner. You heard right. 10 grand off MSRP. And 0% for 72 months. 0 down. Or 0 payments for 90 days. On every clearly marked EV in stock. Currently stuck in a loan or lease? We want to get you released. New 24 Kia Forte LXS. Just $111 per month lease. Why not get 2 for $222?
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, 10 grand off customer cash and dealer discount. EV9, $38.9 per thousand through KMF. 24 months, $111 per month, 10,000 miles per year, $49.52. Not all will qualify. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 9/30/24. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
Home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN.
Ooh, that's good.
WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort studio, here's Mike Gill.
All right, hour 2 of the Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN. We're at the Fanatic Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. John McMullen will join us in about a half an hour from now. This hour is brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating and plumbing service and installation for generations. 609-390-3907. Online, broadlees.net. So coming up Nick Sirianni's press conference the day after presser. We'll hear what has changed in his answers from yesterday to today, and then we'll react with John McMullen right around 3:30 today. Sal Paolantonio tonight, but now it is Nick Sirianni's day after presser on the Sports Bash. All right, we'll get to that in just a second. Nick Sirianni's press conference live. He spoke about 2:30 today, so we got it in queued up for you, and you'll hear what he had to say. I have not seen any or heard any. Have you seen any of the quotes that have come out from this yet?
It's just the same old.
You think so?
Coach speak.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, Doug Peterson last night got basically
goodness.
lambasted, but
He sure did.
Did you hear what Peterson said? And he said, I thought the offensive coordinator called a good game. We can't make the plays for these guys.
It's a two-way street.
It's
that
a
was my
two-way
takeaway.
street.
Yep.
And here's a guy, Peterson, that a lot of Eagles fans liked and did not want to see get fired. He gets fired. Now he's struggling down there. And the next thing you know, he's saying, this isn't on us.
But you know what? That's the cost of doing business with a $50 million a year quarterback.
All right, here's Nick Sirianni. You'll hear what he says now on the Sports Bash. All right, there's Nick Sirianni. I don't know that you took anything from that to make you feel better, worse, indifferent, but always coaches did not have prepared enough. But what is the root of all of it? We'll get into it here on the Sports Bash. John McMullen was there. I thought John asked the question that I wanted to ask: is how much influence does Sirianni have on the defensive game plan and calling defense and being a part of that? That's what we'll talk about more on the other side that John McMullen referred to 65.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. with Unsportsman Life on 97.3 ESPN with Evan Cohen, Super Bowl champion Chris Canty, and Michelle Small. Can't wake up without it. Brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Game. Bougie Casino Resort.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicken Pete. What's better than a Sunday brunch? How about brunch on Saturday and Sunday? Weekends from 10 to 2 at select Chickies and Pete's locations. Try one of our delicious brunch sandwiches like chicken and waffle or our incredible breakfast tacos. How about a crab fry skillet featuring our world-famous crab fries topped with egg and cheese, add peppers and onions, roasted peppers, crab or lobster. Or try our classic avocado toast. Pair your meal with one of our tasty brunch cocktails. Every Saturday and Sunday, 10 till 2 at Chickies and Pete's.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches, and actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Shop the Home Depot for fall savings. Get up to $1,600 off select appliances like Samsung. How doers get more done. Valid 9/26 to 10/16. U.S. only.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. NFL, the Philadelphia Eagles losing to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 33-16 Sunday at Raymond James Stadium. They dropped their record to 2-2. Jalen Hurts was held to just 158 yards passing. He did have a touchdown pass to Paris Campbell. Saquon Barkley rushed for 84 yards. Philadelphia trailed 24-0 in the second quarter as Tampa Bay got 2 touchdown passes from Baker Mayfield. The Eagles will head into a bye week and will host the Cleveland Browns in Week 6. The Phillies wrapped up the regular season Sunday, beating the Washington Nationals 6-3. They finished 95-67 on top of the NL East and now head to the postseason as the number 2 seed in the National League. We'll wait to see who they'll play from the wild card round, which begins on Tuesday. NHL, the Flyers will face the New York Islanders tonight, continuing their preseason schedule. Philadelphia with 3 more exhibition games remaining before the regular season opener. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. This storm system is running out of gas. You saw that a little bit today. We still have thick clouds and sporadic light showers in the forecast, but brighter, drier weather is just around the corner. Lots of clouds tonight with patchy fog possible, low 62. Tomorrow, cloudy and cool with a few showers around, high of 70. Wednesday's transition day, mostly to partly cloudy, high 71. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card, good for use at Provenza Restaurant and Event Center on Wellington Avenue in Ventnor for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
SeizeTheDeal.com.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
As fraud as it gets. They got all the talent. It looks the part, but something's not quite right. When you scratch the surface, when you dig a little bit deeper, you realize there are foundational issues. The head coach and the quarterback don't trust each other. The head coach is terrible at in-game management. And from that standpoint, it makes it hard to form an identity that'll allow you to have success against actual good teams. So the Philadelphia Eagles are huge frauds.
Chris Candy this morning on Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN. The Eagles are huge frauds, and it starts at the top. We'll talk to John Mullen, who was in the Sirianni presser today. He actually asked the question along with, I think it was Dave Zangaro. I wrote it down. It asked the question that I want to ask. And he joins us now. Johnny Mack is here, and he is brought to you by our friends over at Boardwalk Honda's got their lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas on at boardwalkhonda.com. John McMullen, Birds 365. I'm sure it was a spirited morning of Eagles talk today, but you just heard Nick Sirianni. We just played the press conference. You and Zangaro asked a question that I wanted to know the answer to, John, which I'm pointing the finger today mostly at Vic Fangio and his defense. What the heck was that yesterday? So if you want to blame Sirianni, who's getting a lot of the heat today from our listeners, what role does he have in Fangio's defense? And if it's minimal, that's why I have Fangio at the top of my list for what they did yesterday. No, and John, how much, we see the league is kind of evolving. Things are kind of changing right before our very eyes. And how much our teams or have teams evolved to Vic's style of defense? Right. I mean, so the question is, do we overvalue some of the talent on that side of the ball, or is this more of a scheme problem? 16. The next gen said 16. Tackle, right. The game is, there's so many moments in this game. You know, Sirianni said today they ran 6 plays and they were down 21-0. Now, entering the game, you don't have Brown, you don't have Smith, you don't have Lane Johnson. So I don't imagine that you think you're going to score a whole heck of a lot of points here. But how much accountability do you put in that offense and the offense's game plan yesterday, which is obviously where Sirianni is supposed to be more involved? So do you look at that offense and say, look, yeah, you ran 6 plays, but you went 3 and out the first 3 times you had the ball? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that's why, John, to me, I'm like Sirianni, he's the head coach, so he deserves something today. I mean, he even said it. Look, it's always going to be all of us. But to me, the offense, if you told me the rest of the year this team doesn't have A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Lane Johnson, guess what? My expectations have dropped. Right. My expectations are this is not a good enough football team. So I can't take what I saw offensively and hold a lot there. But defensively, if you are what you were yesterday, that's a problem. So that's why I look at the defense and Fangio more so. But I guess at the top of the list, with the answer that Hurts gave yesterday, oh, we have our moments. Are you starting to sense that he's getting frustrated with above him? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yep. Oh, listen, this is set up to where you got big problems if this team falls apart and isn't what you hoped it is because of what you just chronicled. But one of the things I think Jimmy Kempski asked a question. He said turnovers 0.6 per game. Now it's up to 1.4. I thought they had a chance to get back in that game yesterday, and on the 19-yard line, he fumbles again. How much I ask you every Friday, is there going to be another turnover? And it wasn't an interception yesterday, but it was a fumble in a key spot. That was a key spot in the game. Are they internally, do you think, starting to wonder and worry about the turnovers with Jalen Hurts? Right. I mean, he sidesteps a defender. Where did you think he went? I mean, he just, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I would agree with that one. I definitely think that, Hurts there, holding the ball to. And look, I think a lot of that yesterday had to do with he had no trust in anybody to throw the ball to, which is somewhat. And by the way, Fred Johnson had a rough day at the office. Yeah. He had a tough day. Hey, I will say this. On the other side, they got Evans and they have Godwin, two really good guys, and Shepard's on the practice squad, and he's making plays. You know? By the way, Zacchaeus seems to have no problem making plays in Washington. So. Yeah. Yeah. McMullen tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. on the Jacob Media YouTube channel, Birds 365. And, of course, we'll have plenty more here. It's a bye week, so it stews even more. But there's so much more to get into, as you heard John McMullen here on the Sports Best. Thanks, John. He's brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas online at boardwalkhonda.com. That moves the 3 o'clock hour, and it's brought to you by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating and plumbing service and installation for generations, online at broadleys.net. Call them 609-390-3907. We are live at the Fanatic Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar, Book, and Games. But when we come back, Jeff Mosher is in the house for a football at 4 you're not going to want to miss, including his thoughts on Vic Fangio, the defense, and is it fixable, or is this going to be a year-long problem? By the way, it was 6-3 Braves Mets, and the Braves have come back with 4 off of Diaz, and the Mets lead at 7-6 now. What a game.
Let's play another one. Why not?
But the Mets have now burned Diaz potentially.
This is Kevin Harlan from Monday Night Football on Westwood One. We'll have great matchups all season long on the road to the playoffs and Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans. Join Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt Warner and me for one of the NFL's great traditions, Monday Night Football on Westwood One.
Brought to you by Ace Hardware Home Services, heating, cooling, and plumbing. The Helpful team is now making house calls in South Jersey. Visit acehardwarehomeservices.com to book today.
If you or someone you know needs help getting through a difficult time, start with NJ211. When you reach out to 211, we can connect you to help with housing, utilities, food, childcare, senior services, income support, healthcare, legal issues, and more. Help is available in over 150 languages, and the service is free, confidential, and available 24/7. Need help? Dial 211, text 898-211, or search nj211.org.
With fall savings at the Home Depot, you can get up to $1,600 off select appliances from top brands like Samsung, ranked #1 in customer satisfaction. Wash and dry in one cycle with the Samsung Ultra Capacity All-in-One Washer-Dryer Combo from the Home Depot. And get laundry day done faster, running a super speed load in just 98 minutes. Right now, save up to $1,600 and financing on select appliances with fall savings at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Pricing about September 26th through October 16th. U.S. only. See store online for details. Visit jdpower.com/awards for more details.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, Birds fans, it's about that time. Football season is back, and Boardwalk Honda is giving you the chance to score big. Stop in and take advantage of game-changing savings all month long. Shop our lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas. We have something for everyone, and credit problems are no problem with over 25 financial lenders to get you approved and on the road to victory. Visit us in Egg Harbor Township or online at boardwalkhonda.com. And remember, from Maine to Miami, nobody beats a Boardwalk deal.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Rita, Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is great because you're rarely rewarded for just being you. Ever get rewarded for being left-handed? No. You get to use weird scissors. Your reward for being a Capricorn? Cold birthdays that conflict with the holidays. And your reward for quickly responding to every work email? More emails. But with Snapshot, even left-handed Capricorns with proper email etiquette could get rewarded for good driving. So download the Progressive app today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in all states or from all agents.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
So what if I need a new one? We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $200 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bet. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. Terms and conditions apply.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They got him again!
Sixers.
Bang! It's good! Ball game!
And Flyers.
Tipped in front of the net!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
It's time for Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast.
Just hungry to bring back another Lombardi to Philly. It's the fans deserve it. Our team deserves it. Culture begs for it.
Now live, this is Football at 4.
I think there are a lot of teams in this point of the season that don't really have an identity. I think we're still trying to figure that out. I think it's challenging when you've had different moving pieces throughout. And so given the opportunities you have, it's truly a so what, now what mentality. And that's the approach that I've had. I just don't think I've been good enough in those areas. There isn't a doubt of anyone who steps on that field in terms of opportunity. We got to give guys opportunities and put guys in positions to be successful.
That was Jalen Hurts yesterday after the game. He said the team truly doesn't have an identity. Today, Nick Sirianni said the identity is accountability and toughness. Let's bring Jeff Mosher in from the Inside the Birds podcast. It is Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. It's never ordinary a Monday after an Eagles loss. Hurts said the identity, Jeff Mosher. Today, Nick Sirianni said accountability and toughness. That's the identity of this football team. Did you see that yesterday? That's for sure. They're struggling to carry out an identity. Now, it's hard for me to judge the offense and their identity, especially with no Brown for the last couple of games, Smith being out, and no Lane Johnson. I expect that offense to struggle. Maybe it struggled more than you thought, or I don't know where you're there. But I'm looking at Vic Fangio and that defense, and are you saying, man, Fangio was supposed to come here, and they played well defensively last week. But you look at that game plan yesterday and this defense and say, I don't know where they're going to find any consistency in that defense this year. Mm-hmm. But the whole secondary as a whole here, Jeff, you got Mitchell, who's played pretty well. I don't know what your take is on Slay, Blankenship, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Well, when you look at this secondary, which a lot of people thought, hey, this could be a strength of the team. if Mitchell plays well. Well, Mitchell has played well. It's the other guys. Mm-hmm. Oh, listen, Next Gen Stats had 16 missed tackles. So whether it's 16, 14, 12, whatever the number is, there was a lot of missed tackles in that game that resulted into what we saw. Pass rush in this game. Is this another example of the pass rush is just not good enough? Or is this just a game plan thing that Tampa got the ball out so quickly and that regardless if you had pass rushers that were getting home, but that pass rush looks like it's going to be a problem, but they didn't help themselves with the game plan yesterday. Jeff Mosher, Football at 4. After the game, there was a question to Hurts. It was basically like, hey, do you and Nick, take some time and kind of talk over these things? He says, we have our moments. Is that something to be looked at as like he's at the end of the line with this whole situation? Uh-huh. Well, and that's like, oh, listen, yeah, and I think, when people look at the issues with this team and you try to bring the head coach in and people say, well, what does he do? And then he says accountability and toughness and point the finger at me. Well, if your relationship with the quarterback isn't all that good and the quarterback is struggling, then you start to wonder, is that something that's sustainable, that you can have the two guys not being on the same page? By the way, the Mets have just beat the Braves in Game 1. The Mets are going to the playoffs, and they will face the Brewers. And now the Braves will need to win the second game to get into the playoffs. If they lose, they will be eliminated, and Arizona would be into the playoffs. So, by the way, the Mets would then be the 5 seed. The Diamondbacks would be the 6 seed under that scenario. I'm pretty sure that we got that right. The D-backs will clinch with the Mets Game 2 win. So if the Mets sweep this, that's what you heard in the background here at the Fanatic Sportsbook. Jeff Mosher, football at 4. All right. The Padres. I think a lot of people feel that caution, that cautiously optimistic feeling with you there. And by the way, the Mets are a team that I would not be all that interested in playing in a 5-game series. Just throw, yeah. All right, Moshe, give me your take on the turnovers from Jalen Hurts. Do you look more at him, or do you throw Sirianni? Your question about the offense, and this was supposed to be definitively Kellen Moore's offense, and if we're starting to question whether it is his offense, I think that's a problem. Yeah, that would be a major issue. If I'm Howie Roseman and I took the initiative to keep you and then bring in a new coordinator, and then you're undermining that by again hovering over the coordinator and putting your offense in, that's a big problem. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, Kemsky's question today, he put it out there, he was averaging 0.6 turnovers a game, and now it's up to 1.4. You're almost at 2 turnovers every single game from that quarterback position. That's unsustainable, but it's really hard. I agree with what you just said. After 4 weeks, it's hard to make a judgment on who these are. And then you add in, like if I tell you, Mosher, hey, I'm not playing with Smith, Brown, and Lane Johnson, and you would tell me at the beginning of the year, if that's my roster, you're saying, well, this team's not very good. There wouldn't be any surprise here. So I have a hard time putting definitive judgments on what the offense is or isn't. But what it is, if Sirianni's offense is, and it's not Kellen Moore's offense, then I got problems with that. But right now through 4 games, I can't really judge what this offense is or isn't with so many key guys really being in and out of the lineup. I mean, yesterday you had Landon Dickerson playing center at one point of the game. Yes. Uh-huh. Yep. Well, and there's a lot there. There's a lot there. By the way, the offensive line, Fred Johnson had a rough day at the office yesterday. So the offensive line, you give up 6 sacks in the game. Is that the line? Is that Hurts? I mean, there's so much encompassing here. They had 2 sacks entering the game. Yesterday. It's yeah. Yep. And listen, you can run the ball on first down. And by the way, he's your best weapon. And you're saying, look, we're down 7-0. We went 3 and out. Then we're down 14-0. He said today, we were down 21-0. We only ran 6 plays. Well, some of that's on the fact that you couldn't move the damn sticks, Exactly. But I will say, they did kind of get back in that game with that 2-point conversion. The 2 points that they got, it was a 3-point swing. It made it a 2-possession game, and you drove. They had 16 points with a chance to score some more points, even with the losses, and that turnover just completely squashed any shot you had. Yeah. It was a killer turnover at a killer time in the game where your team, offensively, you finally got a good drive together and had a chance to get some points on the board. Couldn't get it done. They do have the bye week here. Obviously, we'll get into that later on in the week and next week as they get ready for a Cleveland team here. But they got questions on defense, and that's where I'd say yesterday, if I'm pointing the finger at somebody, it's got to be Fangio in that defense, and thinking to myself, look, this is a team, Moshe, in Tampa Bay that scored 6 points at home the week before against Denver, and you got worked on Sunday. Yep. Well, it's that, and listen, we talk a lot about, they're shorthanded yesterday. You go look at Olamide Zaccheaus is down in Washington helping them, their offense. He had a productive day. You have a practice squad group of receivers, and I get it. They're your top guys. But Sterling Shepard, where'd they find him? Right? Off the practice squad yesterday, and he's making key catches to keep the sticks moving in that game. So you've got to do a better job of, when you're down some guys, at least being competent. That pass game yesterday was completely incompetent, but there's so much more to dive into on that. And I know the Inside the Birds podcast has a lot more on it, and we'll continue this week. We'll look at it more on Football at 4. Jeff Mosher here on the Football at 4 Sports Bash Monday edition on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Moshe, we'll catch up with you Wednesday, man. There's football at 4 with Jeff Mosher. It's brought to you by Bet. It's never ordinary at Bet365. This hour of the Sports Bash brought watching those Eagles this weekend. A little something to feel good. And you can do that in Northfield and Brigantine locations. They're open every day from noon till 10. Year-round ice cream is a year-round thing at Jersey Cow. When we come back, Nick's Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw is here. Now we know the Mets are in. And now the Mets are a possible opponent for the Phillies. They just beat the – that was a wild game.
I have a stat for you after the break here. A little number from this Braves-Mets game.
It was an awesome game. And by the way, the atmosphere at the Fanatic Sportsbook was great. I mean,
This
place
is why you
just
come here.
erupted.
This is why you come here to this sportsbook.
It was awesome. Mets win. They're in the playoffs. Now Chris Sale has to pitch game 2 for the Braves to try to get them into the playoffs, which means he will not be available if they make the playoffs. And if the Braves win, the Diamondbacks are out.
So Major League Baseball, too, said both these teams do not celebrate in between these games. No champagne, nothing. Are you going to abide by that if you're a player for the Mets after this triumph?
What's their lineup look like? Frank the Tank playing first?
I think so.
When we come back, Nick's Nuggets here on the Sports Pass live from the Fanatic Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar Booking Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill
And I am the voice of the voiceless.
on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Booking Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screens. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Take 10 grand off MSRP. 0% for 72 months. 0 payments for 90 days. Or 2 new Matt Blatt Kias for $222. You don't need a sports betting app. Get to Matt Blatt Kia and be a winner. You heard right. 10 grand off MSRP. And 0% for 72 months. 0 down. Or 0 payments for 90 days. On every clearly marked EV in stock. Currently stuck in a loan or lease? We want to get you released. New 24 Kia Forte LXS. Just $111 per month lease. Why not get 2 for $222?
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, 10 grand off customer cash and dealer discount. EV9, $38,900 per thousand through KMF. 24 months, $111 per month, 10,000 miles per year, $49.50 due. Not all will qualify. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6870. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 9/30/24. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
A Gain Scent Bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said, "Maraca, senor," but his nose said, "Hey, freshest scent ever." Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain Scent Beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, "Sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing." Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads, way fresher than detergent alone.
When you switch and save with Progressive, you could use that money towards going to see your favorite team in the playoffs.
Progressive cannot guarantee that you can go see your favorite team in the playoffs. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds on average, but we cannot guarantee that your favorite team will make the playoffs or even finish with a winning record. They could easily lose more than half their games and finish in the cellar because they stink badly and haven't made the playoffs in years. Savings? Very possible. Playoffs? Highly doubtful. Switch and see if you could save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance and Affiliates. Not available in all states. We cannot be held liable for your favorite team's terrible and frankly embarrassing performances now or ever.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius or two have geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So you've got an oil change coming up. You can go farther and save on full synthetic with our oil change special. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Valvoline Advanced Full Synthetic with an STP Extended Life oil filter for just $35.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers beat the Philadelphia Eagles 33-16 Sunday as the Eagles dropped to 2-2. Saquon Barkley, 84 yards rushing. Jalen Hurts had 158 yards passing. He did have a touchdown pass to Paris Campbell and later scored a rushing touchdown, but they trailed 24-0 in the second quarter as the Buccaneers got 2 first-quarter touchdown passes from Baker Mayfield. Philadelphia now heads into a bye week. They'll host the Cleveland Browns in Week 6. The Phillies wrapped up their regular season Sunday. They beat Washington 6-3, finishing 95-67. They head to the playoffs as the number 2 seed in the National League, and they'll wait to see who they'll play coming out of the wild card round, which begins on Tuesday. NHL, the Flyers are in New York tonight, taking on the Islanders in exhibition play. They have 3 more preseason games remaining before opening up the regular season on October 11th. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Tune in to the Bet365 Play of the Day during the Sports Bash with me, Mike Gill, every weekday afternoon at 5:45 on 97.3 ESPN. Made possible by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. This storm system is running out of gas. You saw that a little bit today. We still have thick clouds and sporadic light showers in the forecast, but brighter, drier weather is just around the corner. Lots of clouds tonight with patchy fog possible, low 62. Tomorrow, cloudy and cool with a few showers around, high of 70. Wednesday's transition day, mostly to partly cloudy, high 71. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. We got your down at the beach wows, your top of the mountain wows, your show. Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Sports Bash 4:30. Knicks Nuggets are on the way. Nick Earnshaw is here. The Braves have scratched Chris Sale. And he will not pitch, I guess. What, game 2? He's not pitching, you said?
That is correct. Back spasms.
I wouldn't have pitched him anyway if I'm the Braves. I probably would have held on to him until the end, like if I needed him to close or something. But I probably wouldn't have tried to. I don't think I would have pitched him in this game. The Mets have no interest in winning this game.
So
yes.
You believe that Sale maybe dropped the baseball and just went to go pick it up and felt something in his back just now?
I don't know. I don't even see that he's not pitching. I'm just going off of what you told me. Is that I don't even see it anywhere.
No, that is accurate.
Okay,
Yeah,
just making sure. All right, Nick's Nuggets are here. Nick Earnshaw, and he's brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook, where we are today live. The place is packed. A lot of Mets fans here today, Nicky Earnshaw. We do know that the Mets are now in the playoffs. The Braves still need to win a game to get into the playoffs, and the Phillies will play Saturday against an undetermined opponent. And we'll have that game for you Saturday and Sunday. We'll have the Phillies and the playoffs right here on 97.3 ESPN. But there is Nick Earnshaw. By the way, Peachy has a quick stat he wants to give us.
I got a number for everybody out there. 2 hours and 58 minutes. That's how long that game just took. That's the pitch clock era. Right
there were 7 games this year.
It's a beautiful thing.
There were 7 games this year that went over 3 hours. 7. That's it.
Also, all that happened in under 3 hours.
Unbelievable. 8-7. What a game. Playoff baseball, Nicky Earnshaw.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. Gotta love it. And listen, Pete is right. He is scratched, according to Mark Bowman, MLB.com. He was going to pitch. Now he's not going to pitch. Chris Sale is not pitching because of the back spasms. That's huge. Now, I wonder, nugget number one, because I wanted to talk about today and kind of the Cy Young, does this mean that this could sway voters to Zach Wheeler? Because Zach Wheeler's right behind Chris Sale in the Cy Young odds right now, plus 300, depending on where you look. I mean, he hasn't pitched up since September 19th. You think him not pitching in a pivotal game to go to the postseason could sway voters to Zach Wheeler because he's had the longevity throughout the entirety of the year?
We talked about this on, last week's show. Josh was, bringing up the fact that why isn't Wheeler getting more love as a candidate? And I said, I just feel like the whole Cy Young thing in the National League, there's just not like a high profile, starting pitchers just aren't as high profile as they used to be. I think Sale was every bit as deserving, but I think your point is a good one here. The fact that he hasn't pitched a lot late, and Wheeler has been on a heater the last month in the biggest games, although the Phillies did not win the game that he pitched on Saturday.
11 strikeouts, though.
He had a big game, but they did not get the win in that game. How much is wins? I think he still leads in the win category, but getting 17, I think, would have helped him. I definitely think that this strengthens Wheeler's chance for getting it. I don't think Sale, to me, if Sale would have won it, I wouldn't have said, oh, my God. Like a couple of years ago, they were pretty adamant about this on the broadcast Saturday, that they thought Wheeler should have got it over Corbin Burns a couple of years ago. This one I don't think is as definitive, and McCarthy brought that up on Saturday too, that if Sale won, that he would have been more deserving than Burns was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I think so too. Burns, it was a good year by him the other year. Now he's won it twice. I think, but Wheeler's been so good. Like, how much stock are you going to put into, remember, it's the NL Cy Young Award. It's not for the full entire league, right? There's 2 Cy Youngs, AL and NL. He's first in almost every category. The Phillies put out his resume the other day, essentially giving his case for the Cy Young Award. Listen, Chris Sale has been fantastic this year, and he came out of nowhere because he kind of fell apart in Boston. He thought he was getting older. He was kind of done. This year he comes out, has a massive year, especially with all the injuries with the Braves. He's been really good. But Wheeler, the fact he doesn't have a Cy Young yet, and he's been this good over this amount of time, maybe you do give it to him because he has all these great numbers against the NL.
Yeah, Sale has not pitched since September the 19th.
Yep.
So it's been a little while. So he has not had pennant race starts to help his resume where Wheeler has.
Yeah, and Wheeler's been really good in those starts. That's the thing, the longevity. He hasn't been hurt this year at all. He's been very good, consistent overall, and his numbers back it up too. And he has never won it before. Do you think that could probably play a role in the voters' minds heading forward into the Cy Young voting? But I don't know, Sale, with him missing these key starts down the stretch, I mean, it could hurt him.
It could, no doubt about it. I mean, again, having that big of a layoff, no question. And the fact that now Wheeler, if he would have won that game on Saturday, I know the win-loss thing is not, he pitched really well. I think I saw a stat that he pitched 6 innings or more with 2 runs or less in 4 straight games down the stretch here. I mean, those are kind of things that you're looking at. Now, the Phillies, being the team that wins the division too, you would think that sometimes that should play a factor in the whole thing. Generally with these individual awards, we've seen MVPs, Ohtani, Trout be on last place teams. So I don't know that really factors in as much. But Sale, 18-3, that's number one. 2.38 ERA, that's number one. 225 strikeouts, that's number one. So Sale does have a pretty good resume.
Yeah, but looking at Wheeler's numbers, he's got a 0.96 whip, first in the NL, a $192 batting average against the NL. Opponent batting average is a $192. Like, I mean, the numbers are there, so you could just go back and forth between these two essentially.
Right. So but if the numbers are so similar, what is the difference maker?
You might say that that's a positive for Sale, is that he's number one in wins and in strikeouts, and he still hasn't pitched since September 19th.
That's true. That's what I mean, though. Like, you could go back and forth these numbers. Wins, I'm not going to give the wins the stat as much love as you might want to, especially nowadays with all the advanced stats that they do have. I don't know. I think it's closer than we think, because I'm looking at some of the numbers. The odds for Wheeler are plus 300. I think it should be a little closer than that with Sale. I know Sale's been unbelievable this year, but him missing these last few starts, I think maybe the needle moves a little bit for him not starting today.
By the way, speaking of numbers, I looked at the end of game one. The Braves were minus 440 on the money line. They're now minus 298 on the money line. That thing took a jump when Sale got moved. Grant Holmes is starting. The Mets have not announced their game 2 starter yet.
Oh, man.
You know who it is? I saw online it was going to be Henry Rowegartner from Rookie of the Year.
Henry Rowegartner, throw him out there? That'd be great.
I mean, the Mets right now, do you just pitch position players every inning, give everybody a shot?
Nah, you got to knock the Braves out. If you're the Mets, like, I would want to knock my division rival out. I know you got to prepare for the playoffs, and you might go bullpen game. I have a low end.
Those days are over, though.
I'm just saying, knock
those days
them
are
out.
over.
I think you're right. There's too much at stake to just.
Yeah, those days are over. The big picture means so much more than, hey, we knocked you out. Now we can't pitch anybody. We've got to get to the playoff. That's the mentality. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I think those days are over where we hate you so much that we're going to knock you out. They're not pitching anybody in this game of any substance.
Especially when you have Darius Slay dapping up the other guys sometimes on the Eagle side of things.
What are you talking about, Slay?
No, the competition just isn't there nowadays with these players.
Yeah, these players, yeah. Stott, by the way, Diaz pitched in the game today, 2 innings, right?
Yeah.
So even if they make the playoffs and they have to play tomorrow, well, now they're in the playoffs.
They're in.
If they need Diaz tomorrow, is he even available? That's what I'm saying. You're at the point now where you can't use anybody that may prevent them from being available in tomorrow's game.
It's unfortunate because I love like beating up on your rivals and sending them home. I mean, there's an ego part of me that
Sure.
like I want to do it. You know, it would be
Absolutely.
fantastic.
Now, Pete G said Major League Baseball told the Mets or whoever won game 1 that they could not celebrate in the locker room between the games.
That's
you think
ridiculous.
The Mets are abiding, or are they?
No chance.
You think they're having a couple pops?
Absolutely.
Wow.
I would get it ready. Yeah, I'm with
Wouldn't
Pete
you?
on this.
Wouldn't you?
Well, I mean, if I'm not in the lineup,
So you if you're not in the lineup, then you can have that.
we'll put it that way. I'm imagining there's a lot of Mets in this second game.
Lindor just won the game.
Yep.
He's probably not playing in game 2.
I imagine there's a lot of Mets in this game that are having a sneaker day instead of a spike day.
Yes.
I think a lot of them are wearing sneakers for game 2 here today. Although, keep in mind, somebody has to play. I mean, you've got a 26-man roster, so there's guys who starters that have to play in this game. You can't just call up a bunch of guys from
AAA.
Port St. Lucie.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you can't. I mean, but you have like, how can you not like after that game, after the way they won, Mike? Like, how do you not celebrate? Like, you got to celebrate after that. It would not feel like if they lose the second game, are the vibes and the energy going to be as high as after winning a game like that?
Listen,
I would say the heck with Rob Manfred.
The Mets have no interest in winning. By the way, I wouldn't even want to win the game because I don't want to go to San Diego if I don't have to.
It's true. That's true. You don't want to play the Padres.
No, I mean, forget I would much rather go to Milwaukee. I don't want to have to go to the West Coast and play, and I think the Padres are a tougher out. The whole thing is much better by being – and this is why I think a lot of people – this was a big conversation over the weekend. You know, the Phillies didn't seem all that interested. They kind of took their foot off the gas. I think they thought it was a better path from the 2 seed than the 1 seed.
Yeah, I think so. I think it could be the better path. You're going to probably have to play the Dodgers anyway. If you get out of that DS. I mean, that's the path you're going to have. And could you imagine now? Remember 2008? They played the Brewers in the DS. Then they played the Dodgers in the NLCS. I mean, we could be seeing something along the similar lines here. Could you imagine that?
True. All right, what else we got?
All right, nugget number 2. I want to stick with baseball here and kind of looking at the overarching theme, Mike, of the third wild card. It's in its 3rd year of existence. We talked a little bit about this on the Shift baseball podcast I host. We talked about this. Is the third wild card a success for Major League Baseball? And do you enjoy having that third team? Because if you look at the past 2 years, the Phillies, Diamondbacks, 2 NL teams have made it to the World Series. I think it's been a massive success, and I think it was the best decision, one of the best decisions baseball has made, adding that third wild card team.
See, I don't like it for a couple of reasons.
Oh, okay.
One, I don't like the fact that these teams that are getting – the playoffs should start for everybody at the same time. In baseball, you can't have your 2 best teams taking a week off. That's not conducive to getting – and this is part of the problem is, yeah, you're saying the 6 seeds are getting in, but that's not what baseball should want. You shouldn't want your 6 seeds making it to the finals. You should want your best teams representing your league in the championship round. But a lot of it could be because the best teams are getting a week off. So I think adding that third team has made the 2 teams getting byes, putting them at somewhat of a disadvantage, and it's not the best representation of your sport. To have Texas playing Arizona, baseball didn't want that. Baseball doesn't want that.
No, they don't want that. But I think as a fan and consumer, getting these teams in, it shows that they are deserving to be in. I mean, like showing that the third team is deserving to be in. And remember, there are only 12 teams that make it to the postseason. And like other leagues, 14 teams make it. 16 teams make it in the NBA. Baseball's the longest season, and not as many teams make the postseason. I think it's fair that you're adding that third wild card team into the postseason and having a 12-team playoff with the 6 on each side. I think
actually
going along with the other leagues. I'd
actually be better if you added extra teams so that the 2 teams aren't sitting a week off and going.
So you want 7? 8. You want to add another one?
If you're going to go that far, just so that the 2 teams don't have to sit for a week. I think you go 1 versus 8, 2 versus 6, and do it that way.
And still have best of 3s.
Yeah, best of 3s.
I hate it.
I hated the 1 game thing. That I hate it. So do a best of 3 and start it Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then everybody comes back and plays Saturday. So everyone's on the same playing field. Now you would say you should be rewarded for being the number 1 seed. Yeah, but guess what? That's not a reward. These teams are telling you it's not a reward to sit out for a week. They're saying it's a disadvantage for us. The Braves openly came out and said that we think it's a disadvantage that we had to sit out for the last 2 seasons. So these teams don't want to be rewarded by sitting out a week. So add another team and expand it. If you're already sold out and jumped the shark by adding 7 teams, why not make it 8, 1, 8, 2, 7, 3, 6, 4, 5, and get on with it?
You could. I mean, I wouldn't mind having more playoff teams, but I think having the 6, it's better than it was, and having only a couple teams in the postseason at 5. I'm glad they expanded it. The week thing's interesting to me because I feel like some years it could be different, right? Like you're going to complain that you didn't have enough time off, or you complain like there's always going to be something to complain about. If you're one of the best teams, you get a week off. So it's a long season. I mean, you should want those couple of days off. I know the momentum thing. I get it. But like if the Phillies sweep the first round, I mean, are they really going to be complaining about having that week off? Like, I think it just depends on the team. It's just a little bit of an excuse. I think it's a little bit of an excuse for some of these teams.
I don't think it's an excuse for many reasons. One, if you play baseball, you don't want to sit out for a week. There's no baseball player that says, you know what I really want? I want to sit out and get my timing knocked off. These guys do not want to sit off. The hitters do not. Now, the pitchers, that's a different story. Although Wheeler, you think Wheeler really is thrilled that he's not staying on his rotation? No, this is not an advantage for him. These guys do not. Baseball is a timing game. To sit out for 5 days is not conducive. And you have a situation where these other teams, the difference is the number 1 seed is not all that different from the number 6 seed. It's not like there's this huge gap in talent. So them being almost on the same level as you and then getting to play for 3 days while you're not, That's not an advantage for my team.
Yeah, but you don't. But then you have the opportunity of getting knocked out in that first round. That's the thing. Like you could get knocked out and you're out of it. You know what I mean? Like that's the advantage. You're already moved on to the second round. You have a shorter path to the World Series. So having a couple days off, I get the momentum. I'm with you there. I understand that aspect of it. But if you look at it from a broader perspective, I mean, you could be knocked out in that first round. You have a shorter path to the World Series. You don't have to play as many games to get to your ultimate goal.
I get that. And that part is not, The difference is if everybody's playing on the same playing field and it's 1 versus 8, the 1 seeds thing is I'm playing the worst team that's in the playoffs. Now, that doesn't guarantee that you're moving on, but what it does guarantee is that I'm at least playing games. So if I do what I'm supposed to do as the number 1 seed, I'm moving on while playing, as opposed to I'm sitting there while you're getting to play. I think if you ask anybody, they would look, it's 2 games. It's 2 games extra, 3. I mean, if you get to it, the Phillies, though, they swept the first 2 years of these playoffs. They played 2 games and swept and moved on.
Yep.
So it's not like, it's 2 extra games. So listen, to me, I don't know of any baseball player that's going to say, hey, do you want to sit out for 5 days and then be like, yeah, that's great. Nobody wants to sit out while the other teams are getting to play.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I wonder if they do expand down the line to 7 or 8 teams. It wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me at all. But I can't wait. Mike, Pete, I mean, Red October is like right around the corner. I mean, this is fantastic. Are you guys going to any of the games? Are you getting ready to go to any of the games? Are we going to be there? I'm planning on being at one of the games this weekend. I'm just saying.
On that note, I have an email to read off to everyone out there. Entry not selected for Phillies Division Series ticket purchase opportunity.
They sent out the email
me for my chance for my entry, but unfortunately it was not selected. But I still do have the chance for the NLCS and World Series. So
okay,
there you go.
I'll have to check my email.
I am not planning on going to any of the games unless something changes. Maybe we'll see. I am thinking about the fact that they play Saturday and Sunday this year.
With no Eagles.
No Eagles. Now, the football, I can't go out and watch like at an establishment. But baseball, I can. I can concentrate enough on baseball.
Just like this establishment right here with these pitches.
Saturday, we already have talked about a couple options of what we're going to do for the game on Saturday. Okay? Now, this is a big topic. We'll talk more about this later on in the week. But the establishment has to have the sound on.
Yes.
So
I think it will.
Well, last year I told the story of games 2 years ago in the World Series, Game 6. Went to the establishment. They had the game on.
No sound.
And then they had a band at 10 o'clock, and they put the band on and took the sound off.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
So
that's
some,
brutal.
Bon Jovi cover songs as opposed to.
Can't have it.
Yeah.
Can't have it. So we're going to have to start establishing a list of establishments. We're going to do that this week. We got to get a list of establishments that are going to have the game with the sound on. That is essential for watching these games.
Yes. So I'm the opposite of you. I would rather watch baseball by myself, alone. And I like going to the game too. I either got to be there or I want to watch it alone in the comfort of my own home. Football, I can watch out at an establishment. That's what I could do. I could watch football more so than baseball.
Football I need, I'm there with the notepad. I got to remember stuff. There's key moments in a game. And if I'm out and people are talking to you, you kind of get lost. Baseball, you can kind of focus
it's hard on it. There's so much riding on every single pitch.
Yeah.
Just in this Mets-Braves game, I mean, it's every pitch.
Yeah, but you know what? There's enough time between the pitches that you can – but that's the thing with baseball. You're watching it with other people out. You're talking. What are you throwing here? Is you going curveball, go fastball up? Got to lay a bunt down. You got to do a hit. Like you're into the game as you're watching it with other people.
No, I don't want to watch it with anyone. That's the problem. I want to watch it maybe 1 or 2 other people.
Baseball, you got to have someone to bounce ideas off of.
No. I want to watch in my own comfort, in my own home, or I'm at the game. One or the other. Red October at the game, or I want to be locked in, silence around me, having a pizza, having some flats, and I'm good.
Flats.
I made wings last night for the Sunday night game. All drums.
Jeez. I can't wait till I win this bet at the end of the postseason, Mike. Hopefully it's the case.
All right, Grant Holmes, by the way, is on the mound for the Braves. He is getting the start for Atlanta.
He's got a great curly hair going, man.
And that's today's Knicks Nuggets. All right, Nick Earnshaw, thanks, man.
All right, Mike. See you, Pete.
Knicks Nuggets are brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. This hour of the Sports Bash, it was brought to you by our friends at Jersey Cow, a great place for the family to hang out, have some ice cream. Jersey Cow, everything is homemade, small batch, right here in South Jersey with only the best ingredients. Enjoy Jersey Cow in Northfield and now in Brigantine. They got fall flavors beginning, bringing back some popular classics while introducing some future favorites as well. The best ice cream is at Jersey Cow, Northfield, Brigantine, open every day from noon to 10. Ice cream is a year-round thing at Jersey Cow. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. That Mets-Braves game is underway. We'll keep you up to date on that. The Mets won Game 1. They are in the playoffs. The Braves now, they need to win to get in. If they lose, the Mets will be the 5 seed, and the Diamondbacks would be in, and they would be the 6th seed. Coming up next, Sal Paolantonio. You saw him in Tampa yesterday. What did he see from that Eagles team walking off the field? That's next.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card, good for use at Provenza Restaurant and Event Center on Wellington Avenue in Ventnor for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
seizethedeal.com.
If you or someone you know needs help getting through a difficult time, start with NJ211. When you reach out to 211, we can connect you to help with housing, utilities, food, childcare, senior services, income support, healthcare, legal issues, and more. Help is available in over 150 languages, and the service is free, confidential, and available 24/7. Need help? Dial 211, text 898-211, or search nj211.org.
With fall savings at the Home Depot, you can get up to $1,600 off select appliances from top brands like GE Profile. Save space and time with the new combo washer and dryer and do it all in one machine. And with Smart Dispense technology, the right amount of detergent is automatically added to every wash. Laundry day is a whole lot smarter with the GE Profile Ultra Fast Combo with Smart Dispense only at the Home Depot. Right now, save up to $1,600 and financing on select appliances with fall savings at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Price about September 26th through October 16th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Take 10 grand off MSRP, 0% for 72 months, 0 payments for 90 days, or 2 new Matt Blatt Kias for $222. You don't need a sports betting app. Get to Matt Blatt Kia and be a winner. You heard right. 10 grand off MSRP and 0% for 72 months, 0 down, or 0 payments for 90 days on every clearly marked EV in stock. Currently stuck in a loan or lease? We want to get you released. New 24 Kia Forte LXS, just $111 per month lease. Why not get 2 for $222?
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, 10 grand off customer cash and dealer discount. EV9, $38,900 per thousand through KMF. 24 months, $111 per month, 10,000 miles per year, $49.52. Not all will qualify. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6870. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 9/30/24. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
Again, Scent Beat Story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said, Maraca, senor, but his nose said, hey, freshest scent ever. Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain scent beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing. Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain scent beads. Try Gain scent beads. Way fresher than detergent alone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So you've got an oil change coming up. You can go farther and save on full synthetic with our oil change special. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Valvoline Advanced Full Synthetic with an STP Extended Life oil filter for just $35.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Something good to know from First Bank of Sea Isle City. We have all today's innovative banking products, just like the big banks, but we offer something they can't. A personal community focus. Let's get you started with Bill Pay. You save time when you pay your bills online. It's fast, easy, and convenient. First Bank of Sea Isle City, a community bank that delivers more for you every day. Personal service, today's technology, from the people who truly care. Learn more at firstbankseaisle.com.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code SUPPORT, or text SUPPORT to 511-511 and claim 40% off. roundhouseprovisions.com, code SUPPORT.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text SUPPORT to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Tax fees may apply.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. Wrap up your workday with the all-new Chickies and Pete's Happy Hour with unbeatable specials weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. Enjoy half-price orders of Chickies meaty and tender wings, one of our tasty and delicious pizzas, or an order of mouth-watering hot, cold, or fried shrimp, plus $3 domestic bottled beers, $5 Tito's, and $6 seltzers. It's the all-new Happy Hour, weekdays, 4 to 6 p.m., only at Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. Now, for a limited time, it's buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday. Buy one, get one free, and enjoy the sweet, delicate flavor of snowy white crab meat. Pair it with one of our handcrafted cocktails like the Stoli Vanilla Creamsicle or the Bourbon Peach Sweet Tea. Top it off with Chickie and Pete's world famous crab fries. Buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday for a limited time. Restrictions apply only at Chickies and Pete's.
South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, Here's Mike Gill.
I think it's early, and I think there's a lot of teams' stories unwritten right yet. I don't think, again, you have some base things that you think that you do well, but to say, we know what our identity is. Yeah, I mean, I think that's just we're gonna figure out what we do well. We're gonna try to continue to do that. See what we don't do well. Try to get out of that, and then try to mesh the things that together.
Sirianni after the Eagles loss in Tampa. 5 o'clock hour on the Sports Pass live at the Fanatic Sportsbook Gallery Bar Booking Games in Atlantic City. Sal Paolantonio, ESPN's national NFL correspondent, was in Tampa as the Eagles walked off the field. Do they have an identity? Does he know who they are? Has he seen enough to give a assertion of what this Eagles team is? He joins us now here on a Monday edition of the Sports Pass Live on 97.3 ESPN. Sal Pal, you were in the heat down there, and there's a lot of heat going around up here now about the way that game turned out yesterday. After yesterday's game, because I will update that by saying he said the identity is accountability and toughness. So yesterday he said we don't really have one. Today he said our identity is accountability and toughness. Yes, indeed. Browns, Giants, yep. Yeah, their upcoming schedule after the bye, they do have a stretch of very winnable games. Yeah. Yes. Well, and I know since you were there, I mean, you talk about the heat. You had multiple guys leave with cramps. You had multiple guys look like they were spent, and they could not get off the field. And it didn't help that the offense couldn't move the stick. So was fatigue and heat a big issue in this game? It's something by the way, Sal, and Sal Palantonio is with us. It's something Brady brought up on the Fox broadcast yesterday too, which was how hot it is and the advantage that they have early in the season as opposed to when he played in New England. He said later in the year you would get the Northeast gets the advantage. He said, but early in the year we feel like we had an advantage down because of that heat. They kept showing on the broadcast yesterday that it felt like 106 on the field. You were down on that field. Did it feel as hot as they were kind of, letting us know? Yeah. Jeez. Right. Well, they did go down there in week 3 last year and did win a game, which is the first time that they're I think it was. Yes, I think it was a night game down there. Gotcha. Yeah. No, well, just pointing out. Mm-hmm. Right. Well, yes. Right, because you're 3-and-out, and then you're 3-and-out again. You basically Sirianni brought up today. He said we were down 21-0. We had run 6 plays. So well, whose fault is that? You couldn't move the chains. You're trying to throw the ball. And so the offense. Look. Yep. Yes. Absolutely, I remember that. Yes. Well, great insight from Sal Palantonio. Now, Sal, they come out, by the way, I mean, they kind of got back in the game, amazingly enough. I mean, it's third down, and they're on the 19-yard line, and Hurts fumbles the football. The Eagles have won the turnover battle 4 times in the last 22 games. That turnover there, you're calling the game for the national radio broadcast. How deflating did that feel? They're on the Tampa 19. Yep, and he sidesteps him. Davis. All right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And Sal, you know this. They had 2 sacks as a team coming in. How many sacks did they have yesterday? 6? Yeah. Mm-hmm. 2-score game. Yep, 30-16. Yeah, no, listen, the fumble in the third, it's his 27th turnover in the last 2 years. That's the most in the NFL, and it's 9 straight games going back to last year. So it's just perpetual, and that begs to the question, he says something, do you and Sirianni talk after the game about it? He says, we have our moments. Does it feel like there's a disconnect between those two? Right. Exactly. Well, and it seems that Sirianni goes out of his way to cover up for the quarterback, and the quarterback doesn't really reciprocate all that much. Yeah. Right. Exactly. So Sal Palantonio, after that game, you'll see that team walking off the field. Do you get a sense of frustration of that team that doesn't have answers? Do they look like a team that doesn't have the answers to what's next? Okay. Well, it's hard to make a judgment on their offense without Brown, Smith, and Lane. I thought Fred Johnson had a rough day. Yeah. Yep. Left guard, yeah. By the way, Hurts was pressured on 15 of 37 dropbacks yesterday. Yes, they were getting pressure all over. And by the way, there were a few chances the Eagles had in the red zone, and I kept asking myself, you're running the ball right at Vea. Like, try the other way, man. Why do you keep running at 50? They did it back-to-back plays in the red zone there. You ran right at him, head-scratching stuff there. By the way, does this offense, in your mind, look like Kellen Moore's, or does it seem like that maybe there's a disconnect there too? Oh. All right. Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm. I definitely, and by the way, obviously the head coach gets a lot of heat. You're the head coach, but I'll see if you agree. I'm more disappointed with the defensive coordinator with that effort yesterday because I don't know that the head coach has a lot of input on the defensive game plan. ESPN Next Gen Stats, 16 missed tackles in the game yesterday by the Philadelphia Eagles. By the way, Baker Mayfield had been sacked 12 times in the previous 2 games. The Eagles got to him twice. One, early in the game was kind of inconsequential, but they had 20 first downs he accounted for, Baker Mayfield, against that defense yesterday. Made it look easy. Not as easy on the bye week here when you have to sit out and wait, but it comes at a pretty good time with all the injuries here. And Sal Palantonio, he was in Tampa yesterday, a hot one down there, but there's going to be a lot of hot takes getting ready for the Cleveland Browns. And don't forget, Sal, you got the bye week this week, and then, of course, next week, Cleveland coming home. As you chronicled, they got a little bit of a lighten up of the schedule. Cleveland, the Giants, Cincinnati. Doug Peterson comes to town with his own problems with Jacksonville, Dallas, and then that Washington team is here as you start looking at the back half of the schedule. So you do have a little bit of a lighten up of the schedule here. Sounds like it. There's no Sal Powell with the Eagles this week. You getting a week off, or do you got to sit? They're going to send you someplace else. Well, when you're back down the shore at Uncle Bill's, I want to be a part of that next breakfast. All right, Sal. Well, safe flight back, man. Thank you, as always. Sal Paolantonio, everybody, here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Now, you he needed a towel to go on TV. It's hot down there.
And he's still down there.
Well, you're down in Tampa.
Good for him.
Take advantage of it.
Maybe you do. We'll head over to Clearwater.
They got a lot of cleaning up to do down there in Clearwater. The pictures have not been great,
Yes.
but they're getting there. They're getting there. It wasn't as bad as it could have been, but thanks to Sal Paolantonio as always here on the Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. A lot of takes, insight there. He brought it up too. Vic Fangio, full autonomy on the defense. So I go back to, again, you point the finger at somebody. I am extremely disappointed in Vic Fangio and that defense. Extremely disappointed in Fangio and the defense. I really thought that this guy was going to come in here and have accountability for that defense. And I'm not seeing it. Now, you'd say the head coach, he did get some accountability to some guys on that defensive side of the ball. I don't know how big, listen, I don't know how big of a voice Sirianni has with the defensive veteran play caller like that. You bring in a guy like that, it's going to let him do what he wants to do. Grayson's grades are out. It's like the parent waiting for the report card, and when it comes in, they're out. Who passed? Who failed? We'll find out. Scott Grayson from Fox 29. Grayson's grades, they're next, right here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. with Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN with Evan Cohen, Super Bowl champion Chris Canty, and Michelle Small. Can't wake up without it. Brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
Cooper's our new neighbor down the shore.
Introducing Cooper University Hospital, Cape Regional.
Healthcare is going to improve in Cape May County.
We're excited to bring our award-winning care to our new neighbors in Cape May and Atlantic counties. You'll have greater access to top specialists, advanced technology, innovative treatments, and outstanding cancer care at MD Anderson Cancer Center at Cooper. Cooper University Healthcare. Together, we're doing something extraordinary for families down the shore.
With fall savings at the Home Depot, you can get up to $1,600 off select appliances from top brands like Samsung, ranked #1 in customer satisfaction. Wash and dry in one cycle with the Samsung Ultra Capacity All-in-One Washer-Dryer Combo from the Home Depot. And get laundry day done faster, running a super speed load in just 98 minutes. Right now, save up to $1,600 and financing on select appliances with fall savings at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Price about September 26th through October 16th. U.S. only. See store online for details. Visit jdpower.com/awards for more details.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code SUPPORT, or text SUPPORT to 511-511 and claim 40% off. roundhouseprovisions.com, code SUPPORT.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text SUPPORT to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Tax fees may apply.
Take 10 grand off MSRP. 0% for 72 months. 0 payments for 90 days. Or 2 new Matt Blatt Kias for $222. You don't need a sports betting app. Get to Matt Blatt Kia and be a winner. You heard right. 10 grand off MSRP and 0% for 72 months. 0 down or 0 payments for 90 days on every clearly marked EV in stock. Currently stuck in a loan or lease? We want to get you released. New 24 Kia Forte LXS. Just $111 per month lease. Why not get 2 for $222?
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, 10 grand off customer cash and dealer discount. EV9, $38.9 per thousand through KMF. 24 months, $111 per month, 10,000 miles per year, $49.52. Not all will qualify. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblattkiandj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 9/30/24. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
In business, service is everything. Cintas delivers what you need to better serve your customers. Whether it's freshly laundered work apparel for almost any job imaginable, tested and inspected fire protection systems, first aid and safety supplies, on-site AED training, or mops and restroom products, stocked and ready when you need them. Better work days happen together. So visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. The Phillies wrapped up the regular season Sunday. They beat the Washington Nationals 6-3, and now we'll wait to see who they'll play from the wild card round, which begins on Tuesday. Philadelphia finishing the season 95-67 on top of the NL East, earning the number 2 seed in the National League. The Eagles lose to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 33-16 Sunday at Raymond James Stadium. Their record evens up to 2-2. Jalen Hurts was held to 158 yards passing. He did have a touchdown pass to Paris Campbell, and Saquon Barkley had 84 yards rushing. Philadelphia trailed 24-0 in the second quarter. Tampa Bay got 2 touchdown passes from Baker Mayfield. The Eagles now head to a bye week. In week 6, they'll be hosting the Cleveland Browns. And the Philadelphia Flyers back on the ice tonight, facing the New York Islanders in preseason play. Regular season opener October 11th against Vancouver. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. This storm, we saw that a little bit today. We still have thick clouds and sporadic light showers in the forecast, but brighter, drier weather is just around the corner. Lots of clouds tonight with patchy fog possible, low 62. Tomorrow, cloudy and cool with a few showers around, high of 70. Wednesday's transition day, mostly to partly cloudy, high 71. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners of a complete his or hers YSL collection, now through October 26th. Show your timeless sophistication during the YSL collection drawing, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We have the perfect solution for sitting in traffic.
You come with me.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
I got to put what I saw yesterday on Nick Sirianni more because the team was down 24-0 before you could blink. When a team starts out down 24-0, I have to put that on the head coach, especially when it's a game where you have the opportunity to avenge a loss that ended your season the year prior. And that's exactly what we had. And for them to fall as flat as they did down in Tampa yesterday afternoon, that is an indictment on Nick Sirianni above all else.
That was Chris Canty this morning on Unsportsmanlike, weekdays right here, 6 to 10 on 97.3 ESPN. It's time now for Grayson's Grades. Scott Grayson from Fox 29 and 97.3 ESPN.com. Grade the Eagles after every game, and it's brought to you by GMS Law. Make the right call with 4 convenient locations to serve you online at gmslaw.com. All right, Professor Grayson, that was a messy one. You and I have been doing these together for years, and that might be as ugly of a loss that you can come up with here. And when I go to the report card to the F category, I got Sirianni, I got Kellen Moore, and I got Jalen Hurts. So let's start with the 3 Fs. You did have one more F. We'll get to that later. But those 3 guys all got an F.
Yeah, look, the team did not look ready to play to me. I just and that has to start and really end with the head coach. So, I when he came out afterwards and he took the blame for it, he said you should blame me. But Mike, I mean, 254 total yards to nothing. The Eagles don't get a first down until late in the first half. They are down 24-0 before you blink, and it was just egregious. And we know that it was hot. They kept talking about it on the broadcast, and I know that affects the human body. But when I was at the facility earlier this week, they were in the indoor. Doors were open. They had some fresh air blowing in there. If you know it's going to be hot, you got to get these guys ready for it one way or another. And a lot of times you'll hear about them practicing indoors and turning up the heat and just trying to learn how to accommodate that. Now, no matter what, I mean, when your offense runs 9 plays through 3 possessions, your defense is going to be asked to be on the field a lot. So those guys were already getting tanked and tired, and I really can't blame them. But I mean, it was just it was just awful. And I mean, that was the first time in a long time that I really wanted to turn a game off. It's like I can't do that. I got to watch to grade these guys. And to their credit, they did at least come back a little bit. But that's not enough. And it's just that was arguably the worst performance we've seen under Sirianni in my mind.
Wow. See, all right. I don't have a problem with those guys getting Fs, but if I had a switch, I would give those 3 guys a D, and I'd give Fangio the F. Why? Fangio's playing with a full deck. The offense is playing without Smith, Brown, Lane Johnson, so I can understand I went into the game thinking the offense was going to struggle, but defensively, I think I'm more disappointed with Fangio and that defense than anything else.
But, okay.
By the way, you gave Fangio a D.
I did. And this is why, for this point right here. How old is Vic Fangio? He's old.
I don't know his exact age, but
yeah, he's old.
Yeah. By the way, how old is Tom Moore? How old is Tom Moore on the Buccaneers? He's 85 years old.
I know he is. Still walking to work and everything. Listen, Vic Fangio is too old to try to make any tackles. He had guys in position to make tackles, and there were at least 13 missed tackles in that game. This team can't tackle a tackling dummy right now. It's just awful. You walk around the league, you'll see a missed tackle here and there, but not like this. I mean, bad angles, which you could call coaching on that, but even at that, they're in position to be able to make a play, and they don't bring these guys down. And I can't blame Vic Fangio when he can't be out there making the tackles. His job is to have the guys in position to make the plays, and they're not making the plays. Now, I will get on Vic, and I did in the grades for this. I cannot continue to watch the cushion that they are giving these guys. And again, last week I was on Sirianni because you can sense the feel of the game. It was going to be a low-scoring game. Points were going to be at a premium. This week, you could tell after one possession that the Bucs came in and spent all week trying to get the ball out of Baker Mayfield's hands quickly so that the Eagles' pass rush would not get 7 sacks on them like they gave up against Denver. So, I mean, to me, once you saw that, where's the adjustment? It has been a long time since I've seen an Eagle defender play any kind of bump and run. And what you saw, there was a play in particular where the Eagles scored the touchdown to Paris Campbell. If you remember that play, they bumped Dallas Goedert right off his route, and he was taken out of the play. And Jalen had to find somebody else, which was an improvised play, and found Campbell. But I just don't understand what happened to the art of bump and run, why whoever the Eagles have had in defensive coordinator, going back to Gannon to whatever you want to call last year and now this, that there is no bump and run trying to get guys off the timing. Because when you're getting the ball out quickly, it's all timing. And so that's where I will definitely have a beef with Vic Fangio. But he can't make the tackles. And there were tackles that could have been made, gotten off the field, and it didn't happen.
Well, listen, a D is not a great grade, by the way.
No,
You gave him a D, and listen, a lot of it I agree with. I was very disappointed with Vic, and I really thought that he would come in here and do a much better job. Now, listen, last week they played really well. The grades for his defense, we gave them the game ball. We said, man, they won them that game. So I don't know what to think of where this team can beat defensively, but Next Gen Stats had them missing 16 tackles yesterday. I don't know how. Some of the things, though, that they got to figure out, where you're getting pass rush from. I don't know how you generate more pass rush. You don't like to blitz. You don't have guys getting to the quarterback, and you're missing a lot of tackles. This is not a recipe for a very good defense. Now,
no, and they're playing zone coverage, leaving big gaps in the zone. So they're obviously not understanding the zone and when to pass guys off. A lot of that, to me, looked like it was the linebackers that were not sinking deep enough into those zones to try to keep those holes from opening. So, yeah.
Well, I thought that Jacoby Dean had a rough day, a real rough day yesterday.
I agree. I didn't write him down specifically, but, yeah, I agree.
No, but Fangio, you mentioned that you separated him differently from the defense, but I thought Fangio, to me, I thought the defense – listen, because, again, I go back to I had low expectations for them offensively because of the injuries and who was missing. You missed Brown, Smith, Lane Johnson. My expectations are low. That being said, they did – and by the way, part of this is you gave the offensive line an F. That, too, factors into – Johnson is out. They gave up 6 sacks against a team that had 2 sacks coming in. So I can see where this is overly for like, hey, we're missing our key weapons on offense. Let's utilize the offensive line and try to shorten this game. They didn't do that.
No, and so here's the problem, right? Certainly the offensive line deserves some criticism. And, yes, they were missing Lane Johnson. And then for part of the game, Cam Jurgens wasn't in there. So now you had Lane Dickerson shift over to center. Just a recipe for disaster. However, Jalen Hurts deserves some of the blame as well. He holds on to the ball too long. He is too late. His pocket presence right now is off. It's just not right. He's waiting too long to try to get out of the pocket. There are actually running lanes there. I remember a handful of times I saw exits out of the pocket where he could have run for 3-4 yards. And the name of the game is give me 3 to 4 yards per down, and you're going to get a first down. The math
let me
says
tell
you're
you,
there.
I don't know what it is, but he ran one time and just went down like a ton of bricks. And then watching him try to get up, he looked like an 80-year-old man trying to get out of bed on I don't know. He looks so clunky and just so unathletic running sometimes.
And it's so opposite of why they got to the Super Bowl in 22. It's because the RPO was so lethal. He had speed, and he would gash you if you gave him a hole. That's not there. That burst has not been there. It wasn't there last year. At times, I feel like he can get a good 5 to maybe 10 yards, but he's also not choosing to run as much. And I don't know why that is. I don't know if that's because he's been told he can't do it or shouldn't do it. But the bottom line is, Mike, the turnovers, and he had another one yesterday. I agree with you. The offense was obviously handcuffed, but if they don't turn the ball over, one touchdown off the muff punt, you don't blame Jalen Hurts for that. But that was a touchdown. It would have been 17 instead of 24. And then, Jalen's fumble took points off the board because they were driving. And he's had so many you go back to last season, and the not scoring points in the first quarter is just mind-boggling. Like, how can you consistently not score 1 point in the first quarter? You just have to get into field goal range. Teams do that by accident sometimes. Mm-hmm. And this team hasn't been able to score in the first quarter this season, and even going back 2 weeks into last season. It's just this team's not in a good place right now. They have the bye, so they've got to live with this for an extra week. And Nick Sirianni, Vic Fangio, Kellen Moore, they always talk about, we do self-scouting over the bye. Well, you know what? You guys better figure something out because this is awful, and you're going to lose the locker room because these players are going to lose confidence in you guys if they haven't already.
Scott Grayson, Fox 29, Grayson's grades after every Eagles game on 97.3 ESPN.com. Scott, I don't know how much interaction you've had with Fangio, Kellen Moore, and Nick Sirianni. They just don't sound like a trio that's having breakfast together and going over things.
It's funny you brought that up. I have not talked really to Moore or Fangio, but it's the typical Nick Sirianni that you get. Although I will say, the honeymoon's over. He's definitely getting more abrasive in press conferences. You can hear some of that and defensive. But here's my thing. You hear them talk in the offseason that it's Kellen Moore's offense. Then you hear Sirianni saying he called that 1 4th down fake tush-push play. Then you hear him talking about how he'll spend some time in the offensive meeting rooms during the week. I thought this was hands-off, dude. I thought you were hands-off of the offense. I thought you were just going to try to focus on managing the game, which, oh, by the way, you really haven't done a good job with so far. Like, stay in your lane. Let them stay in theirs. Because I don't know who's scripting the first opening possessions of these games, but that is a problem right now. They can't even get a first down. So to me, it's just it's like a dysfunctional family, to use your analogy over there. I would love to know what's going on behind the scenes, but it just seems like they have no idea. I just don't get that there's a symmetry or I don't know what you want to call it, but they're not really all on the same page right now. I mean, I'm sure he's leaving Vic Fangio alone, so that's all on Vic.
I was going to say, that's why, to me, again, I go to Fangio because I have very little thought that Sirianni has any insight or input on the defense. I think he kind of stays out of that and lets, I think that's part of, hey, we're going to hire this guy and he's going to get to run the defense. And Sirianni stays out of that. Okay.
Yep.
The offensive side, the blurred lines of who's calling the plays. Okay. I don't think there's a blurred line then. I think Kellen Moore's calling the plays. But I'll tell you what, I don't know that this looks like Kellen Moore's play design and offense. It looks a lot like Nick Sirianni's play design and offense with Kellen Moore maybe calling the plays.
It to me has looked more and more like Nick's as we've gone week to week to week.
Yes.
I think it's like it makes you want to pull your hair out because you're going, this is not what we were sold when they decided to keep Nick Sirianni and then hired Kellen Moore. Now again, I know they didn't have their top two receivers, who are two of the better receivers in the entire league, but you still got to be able to move the ball a little bit, and you cannot.
Well, to be fair, Scott, they're down.
Dallas Goedert had a big drop.
They're down 30-16. They're on the 19-yard line. They are moving the ball, and Hurts fumbles.
Right, and that's to me, he is one of the biggest problems on that offense. In every one of their losses going back to last year.
Yeah, on a day where you're missing your two receivers, the last guy that you can have hurt you is the one guy that is a regular, and that's him. Barkley, he comes out of the half, he blasts a 50-yard run. They gave him the ball one time again after that run. So to me, if I don't have Smith and I don't have Brown, I am asking Hurts and Barkley, hey, and Goddard, hey, you three guys are going to be and Hurts is the one guy. You're moving the ball, and he fumbles. And, I thought that play just completely squashed any shot.
Well, and that's where I go back to pocket presence and his awareness. And I just don't see a guy who's learning right now. He does not look to me like he's learning anything from one week to another. Now, and he almost had an interception as well. That was taken back because it hit the ground. But that was a bad pass, too. And I just don't see a guy who looks like he's looking at film with a coach next to him who's trying to instruct, teach, and show him in the film where there's mistakes, where he's missing open receivers potentially, when his mental clock is not engaging fast enough to get out of the pocket. I've often said that the new NFL, the first 4 weeks is preseason. Well, we just finished up the preseason, and it does not look good in terms of Jalen Hurts' progression to get ready for the now second, they're not even a quarter of the way into the season now. There's 17 games, but I don't see a guy who's making progress. I don't see a guy who's learning. And I thought that was part of the appeal with Kellen Moore coming here too, was here's a guy that Jalen's going to have to listen to, that's going to show him some places where he can get better and improve. And I thought Kellen Moore would bring back some of the great Jalen Hurts we saw 2 years ago. And it just hasn't happened so far.
Scott Grayson's grades are up at 97.3 ESPN.com. We went over the F's and the D's. You can check out everything else on our website, 97.3 ESPN.com. He did give an A and a B, so go check those out over at 97.3 ESPN.com and check him out on Fox 29. Scott Grayson, another edition of the grades. Thanks, Scott.
All right, thank you, Mike.
As always, Scott Grayson's grades are brought to you by GMS Law. Make the right call with 4 convenient locations to serve you on of the day. And we've been telling you all day long who gets the credit or who gets the grief today. Who gets the credit is brought to you by South Jersey Federal Union. Switch your bank with your only community credit union. Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union offers some of the lowest loan rates around, including refinancing. Learn more at jerseyshorefcu.org. Well, who gets the credit for me? The credit for losing this game? I'm going Vic Fangio and that defense. That's who I'm pointing the finger at the most today. I am so disappointed in the effort of that defense yesterday. And Vic Fangio leads it. And listen, I don't blame coaches, and I'm not the big blame the coach guy, but that defense, the game plan was awful. Now, Grayson brought up an interesting point. To miss 16 tackles, you have to be in position to make that tackle. So I will look at these players and say, not good enough so far. All right, we'll wrap up the show with my Bet365 play of the day. I got a bunch of them. I'm going to make everybody some money tonight. That's next. This is the Sports Bets live, the Fanatic Sportsbook and the Gallery Bar Booking Games at Ocean Casino in Atlantic City.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Something good to know from First Bank of Sea Isle City. We have all of today's innovative banking products just like the big banks, but we offer something they can't. A personal community focus. Let's get you started with Bill Pay. You save time when you pay your bills online. It's fast, easy, and convenient. First Bank of Sea Isle City, a community bank that delivers more for you every day. Personal service, today's technology, from the people who truly care. Learn more at firstbankseaisle.com.
Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Hi, I'm Dan Tracy. I'm a workers' compensation attorney. At Goldenberg Mackler, we've handled thousands of workers' compensation claims over the years. Our experienced attorneys understand the law and will fight to get you the benefits that you deserve. When injured at work, make the right call to Goldenberg Mackler. Call us at 609-344-7131. That's 609-344-7131. Or visit us online at gmslaw.com.
Shop Macy's VIP sale going on now. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take an extra 30% off the latest fall trends from designers that rarely go on sale. And save 15% off skincare, makeup, fragrances, and more. Plus, shop fall specials for even more great deals on top brands at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $200 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bet. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. Terms and conditions apply.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So you've got an oil change coming up. You can go farther and save on full synthetic with our oil change special. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Valvoline Advanced Full Synthetic with an STP Extended Life oil filter for just $35.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. Wrap up your workday with the all-new Chickies and Pete's Happy Hour with unbeatable specials weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. Enjoy half-price orders of Chickies meaty and tender wings, one of our tasty and delicious pizzas, or an order of mouth-watering hot, cold, or fried shrimp. Plus $3 domestic bottled beers, $5 Tito's, and $6 seltzers. It's the all-new Happy Hour, weekdays, 4 to 6 p.m., only at Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. Now, for a limited time, it's buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday. Buy one, get one free, and enjoy the sweet, delicate flavor of snowy white crab meat. Pair it with one of our handcrafted cocktails like the Stoli Vanilla Creamsicle or the Bourbon Peach Sweet Tea. Top it off with Chickie and Pete's world famous crab fries. Buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday for a limited time. Restrictions apply only at Chickies and Pete's.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, get ready to get out of here. My Bet365 play of the day. I got a bunch of them tonight. By the way, this hour, 5 o'clock hour, always brought to you by Key Acura of Atlantic City. For a great car buying experience, with see Rocco and Key Acura of Atlantic City, Tilton Road in EHT. I got Tony Pollard over 2.5 receptions tonight. I got Tyler Boyd with over 23.5 yards. I got Sam Laporta over 38.5 yards.
I need Laporta tonight.
And A-Chain over 25.5 yards rushing. There's 4 plays for you tonight.
Can you run those back? You rapid fire those.
Yeah, Pollard over 2.5 receptions. Boyd over 23.5 yards. Laporta over 38.5 yards. And A-Chain over 25.5 rushing.
I got some questions here to wrap things up. If you're ready for them. Derrick Henry, stiff arm. Are you taking one? Are you taking one of those?
I get paid?
Yeah.
I get paid, yes. No, I have no desire.
All right. Vikings continue. I got what you were getting at there. Okay. Thank you. Because, Mike, on last night, the guy was literally caught saying, "You're not stiff-arming me," when he tried to tackle me.
Oh, I think.
Vikings continue. Already comeback player of the year. Is it wrapped up there?
I mean, unless Rodgers is honest, he's been very pedestrian.
That's my next question. Trouble in paradise for the Jets.
Yeah.
After the loss
Yeah,
to
because
Denver.
Rodgers can come out and tell you, he said, I'd hold him more accountable. That's just me. I like that answer.
And finally, thoughts on Cat.
They should have never brought Solomon. Yeah. You should have just let Rodgers start it. Solomon.
He is a better defensive player. Finally, thoughts on Cat joining the Knicks and the Knicks are now no more.
I actually like the trade for the Sixers better.
Why? Because Embiid dominates Cat.
Embiid is just smashed Cat, but I go back to Vincenzo, Hartenstein. Those guys are the tough. They're the heart of that team. Take that away.
All right.
I don't know, man. There's a lot of questions about Cat's heart in big games, big moments. They're definitely more talented. All right, I'll be back tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody.
This is Kevin Harlan from Monday.